Assalomu alaykum. Hurmatli bitiruvchilar, assalomu alaykum. Hurmatli Davlat atsiyasi nazorat komissiyasi raisi, hurmatli a'zolar, ustozlar. Bugun navbatdagi Davlat atsiyasi nazorat kunini boshlayapmiz. Demak, xorijiy til va adabiyot ingliz tili yo'nalishi mutaxassisligi magistratlarining 4-kun bugun magistrlik himoyalari davom etmoqda va ushbu jarayonlar YouTube platformasi orqali to'g'ridan-to'g'ri translyatsiya qilib borilmoqda. Bugun ham o'ylaymiz, yaxshi himoya jarayonlariga tayyorgarlik ko'rib kelishgan magistratlarimiz va chiroyli chiqishlar qilishadi degan umiddamiz. Fursatdan foydalanib, siz bitiruvchilarni mana shu bosqichga, rasmiy himoya bosqichiga yetib kelganlaringiz bilan tabriklayman. Chunki bu oson bo'lgani yo'q. Ancha bosqichlardan, yo'llardan o'tdingiz, bilimingiz, ko'nikmalaringiz, tajribangiz anchagina oshdi va bu jarayonlar hammasi sizni sifatli ta'lim jarayoniga bo'lgan munosabatingizni yana ham shakllantirdi deb o'ylaymiz. Va sizlarga mana shu imkoniyatni bergan, rasmiy himoya jarayonlariga qatnashish imkoniyati shunday sharoitlarni yaratib bergan Osiyo xalqaro universiteti rahbariyatiga, rektorimiz Dehqon Xorijiga alohida minnatdorchilik bildiramiz. Mana shunday davlat imtihonini o'tkazishda o'zlarining beminnat maslahatlarini, tavsiyalarini berib, javobgarlik bilan o'tkazayotgan Davlat atsiyasi nazorat komissiyamizga, raisimizga katta rahmat demoqchiman. 4 kundan buyon magistrantlarimizga o'zlarining katta maslahatlarini, tajribalarini berib kelmoqdalar. Ular bilan tanishtirib o'taman sizlarni, hurmatli bitiruvchilar. Qasim va Ra'no Rahmatullayevna Buxoro davlat universiteti ingliz adabiyotshunosligi va tarjimashunosligi kafedrasi dotsenti, filologiya fanlari doktori, komissiya raisi. Ahmed va Mehrnigor Bahodirova Buxoro davlat universiteti ingliz adabiyotshunosligi va tarjimashunosligi kafedrasi dotsenti, filologiya fanlari doktori, komissiya raisi o'rinbosari. Alimova Nozima Rajabboyevna Buxoro davlat texnika universiteti o'zbek va xorijiy tillar kafedrasi dotsenti, pedagogika fanlari bo'yicha falsafa doktori, PhD, komissiya a'zosi. Ochilov Ulug'bek Sayfullayevich Buxoro davlat universiteti fakultetlar aro chet tillar kafedrasi dotsenti, pedagogika fanlari bo'yicha falsafa doktori, PhD, komissiya a'zosi. G'afar Zumrad Zohirjonovna Osiyo xalqaro universiteti tarix va filologiya kafedrasi mudiri, filologiya fanlari bo'yicha falsafa doktori, PhD, dotsent, komissiya a'zosi. Sadulla va Matuba Abrorovna Osiyo xalqaro universiteti tarix va filologiya kafedrasi dotsenti, filologiya fanlari bo'yicha falsafa doktori, PhD, komissiya a'zosi. Hamda G'aybullayeva Vazira Shokirovna Osiyo xalqaro universiteti tarix va filologiya kafedrasi o'qituvchisi, kotib. Demak, endi so'z navbatini hurmatli Qasim va Ra'no Rahmatullayevga beramiz. Qisqacha bugungi jarayonlar bilan sizni tanishtirib o'tadilar. Marhamat, so'z.
Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli talabalar va mana shu yerda o'tirgan komissiya a'zolari. Albatta, Osiyo xalqaro universiteti jamoasi, dekan rektor boshchiligidagi mana shu Osiyo xalqaro universiteti jamoasi. Hammalaringizni ko'rib turganimdan xursandman. Bugungi talabalar, sizlarni mana shu so'nggi bosqichga yetib kelganliklaringiz bilan tabriklayman. va himoya jarayonida omad tilagan holda jarayonni tushuntirib o'tsam. Demak, Osiyo xalqaro universiteti ijtimoiy fanlar va texnika fakultetining 25-iyun 25-yildagi 312-farmoyishiga binoan 12 nafar talabgorlar bugungi himoyaga ruxsat etilgan. Endi bir ko'rib olaylik, kimlar kelgan, kimlar yo'q. Keyin jarayonni tushuntiraman. Kamolova Niginabol Muzaffar qizi. Rahmat. Najmiddinova Gulnoza Bahridinovna. Rahmat, deb o'tishingiz mumkin. Daminov Jamshid Zafar o'g'li. Rahmat. Vahidova Shahnoza Turxonovna. Safarova Dildora Kobilovna. Rahmat. G'afurova Elshoda Ramazonovna. Rahmat. Tolibova Farangiz Zafarovna. Rahmat. Yusupova Zilola Sunnatullo qizi. Shu yerdan. Rahmat. Rahimova Mehriniso Aminovna. Rahmat. Isomova Umida Roziqovna. Isomova Manzura Bahridinovna. Yo'qlarmi? Va Temirova Samiya Muhiddinovna. Rahmat. Demak, bugungi talabgorlar barchalaringizga jarayonni tushuntiraman. Har bir talabgorni 10 daqiqa taqdimotini eshitamiz. Bu 10 daqiqada nimani aytasizlar? Nimani prezentatsiyani yoqib qo'yib, dolzarbligidan boshlab, obyekt predmetgacha cho'zib o'tirmaymizda. 10 daqiqada buncha narsani ayta olmaysizlar. Demak, sizni o'zingizni, bizni fanimizga, bizning ilmimizga qilayotgan hissangiz nimadan iborat? O'sha o'zingizni yangiligingiz nimadan iborat? Bizga eng ana shu 10 daqiqa ichida eng qaymog'ini, ishingizni shunday salohiyati kuchli bo'lgan joyini ko'rsatib beringki, biz siz haqingizda, sizni qilgan ilmiy ishingiz haqida tasavvurga ega bo'laylik va nimadir ochiqlanmay qolsa, biz mana komissiya a'zolari o'zimiz savol berib, o'shani javobini topib olamiz. Bu yo'q qoldi degan fikrlar bo'lmasin. Mana shu 10 daqiqa reglamentga rioya qilgan holda bajaramiz. Eshitamiz 10 minut, undan keyin savol-javoblar qismi va taklifchilar. O'rtacha har bir talabgor uchun 20-25 daqiqa vaqt ajratiladi. Endi yana bitta narsani tushuntirib o'tishim kerak. Mana bu yerga chiqqandan keyin kimgadir savollar ko'p bo'lishi mumkin. Nima uchun savollar ko'p bo'ladi? Buni ham javobini hozir sizlarga aytaman. Biz taqdimotingizdan kerakli natijani ola olmaymiz va savollar berib taqdimotingizdagi o'sha dissertatsiyangizdagi eng kerakli narsani chiqarib olish uchun savol beramiz. Agar kimgadir bitta, ikkita savol bo'lsa, kimgadir 3ta, 4ta savol bo'lishi mumkin. Buni bir nechta sabablari bor. Birinchisi, biz uni tushunmasligimiz mumkin, yoki biz sizdan ko'proq narsani, chiroyli narsani eshitishni xohlaymiz. Bu birinchi holat. Ikkinchi holatda biz ishingizni o'sha dolzarbligini, ahamiyatini yaxshiroq yoritib berishingizni xohlaymizda, qiziqamiz sizni ishingizga. Qani darshin nima bo'lar ekan, keyin nima bo'lar ekan, shu taqdimotni qilyapsiz, shu dissertatsiyasi bilan, shu ilmiy ishi bilan, shu ilmiy ishni keyinchalik qayerda tatbiq etish mumkin deb qiziqqanimizdan ham savol beramiz. Bu ikkinchi holat. Birinchi holatda sizni kerakli jihatingizni chiqarib oladigan bo'lsak, ikkinchi nimasi tomoni bu o'sha ishni keyingi bosqichlarda qiziqamizda, keyingi bosqichlarda qanday qilib bu ishni tatbiq qilish mumkin? Qiziqqanimizdan savollar beramiz. Kimgadir kam savol berildi va unga yuqori ball qo'yildi, kimgadir ko'p savol berildi, unga past baho qo'yildi degan gaplar bo'lmasin. Ko'p savol berilgani, biz uni tortib olamiz ichidagisini. Nimani aytmoqchi u, nimani ayta olmayaptiki, biz savolimiz bilan yordam beraylik. Demak, ikki jihat bilan biz savol-javob qilamizda. Ishlaringizni qiziqqanimiz uchun savol-javob qilamiz. Birinchi jihatda, ikkinchi jihatda mana shu tushuntirib bera olmagan vaqtlaringizda biz sizlarga yordamlashamiz, savol berib. Va mana bu yerdagi komissiya a'zolari hammasi xayr-xoh, sizlarni hech kim kamsitish niyati yo'q. Aksincha, qilgan mana shu 2 yil davomida qilgan ilmiy ishlaringizni chiroyli himoya qilib ketishlaringiz tarafdorimiz. Shuning uchun to'g'ri tushunasizlar degan umiddaman. Nimani 10 minut reglamentga e'tibor qilgan holda birinchi talabgor bilan boshlaymiz. Hozir boshlashga hamma tayyormi? Boshlayveramizmi? Demak, birinchi talabgorni e'lon qilaman. Kamolova Niginabol Muzaffar qizi. The topic of the research, using dialogues to develop student skills and abilities. The scientific supervisor is assigned Gadoyo Mauruda Ibrahimovna, and reviewers are Gafar Zumruzokhjonova and Kobilova Nargiza Sulaimonova. So, Nigina Bono, you have only 10 minutes to share your novelty.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you also. Dear teachers, professors, and dear masters and guests, today with deep respect and sense of academic responsibility, I present to my master's dissertation on the topic using dialogues to develop student skill and abilities. So it contained the third chapter, the first chapter, the second, third, and the conclusion, and the list of used literature. So, as we know, the object of the research work, the process using dialogues to enhance students' communication and critical thinking skills. And the subject of the research work.
Can you correct the pronoun, the word dialogue?
Dialogue? Yeah. Sorry. Maybe that is. And the subject of the research, this is the specific role of dialogue to improve students' speaking abilities. And the third chapter, yeah? Okay. And I use the two methods in my research work. Is that qualitative along with quantitative methods have been utilized as a research method for investigation, because we use survey in our third chapter. That's why it is necessary for us, these methods. And so, wait a minute. And scientific novelty of the research work. We analyze the effective ways of using sample dialogues in teaching speaking. Dialogues in teaching English as a second language, and we investigate the effectiveness and weakness using dialogue in developing student skill and abilities. And the result of the research work, we obtained and their novelty considered in the creative use of dialogue to improve the educational process in the methodology. And so sorry for this. The main chart is the third chart. Yes, this one. And this chapter presents core experimental work of our study. As we know, dialogue teaching, which is collectively critical and cumulative threads, the potential and collaborative group work and field assessments to promote mutually responsive learning in the zone proximal development. And as dialogue teaching develops the learner's thinking, this proves that dialogue teaching can give students the opportunity and self-confidence, as we know, and learners practice debating skills also. And teachers stated that dialogue teaching improves learners' influence and speech mechanism, and so teaching students to take risks and have positive rules and fluency of speech also. There are several ways to develop students' speaking skills, and they are imitation, responsive, intensive, and transactional dialogue, and interpersonal dialogue, and extensive. I mentioned interpersonal dialogue. For example, expressions, greet and say goodbye, and breaking of an engagement, or show concern, interest, surprise, sympathy, like this. took survey in our structure with students, teachers, and other participants. I share these results in my research work. So to gain a deeper understanding of how dialects impact students' language development, a survey consists of 15 questions, and it's designed and conducted online via Google Forms. More than 35 teachers participated in the survey, and this survey aimed to collect data from students and teachers regarding their experience and perceptions and attitude towards dialogue-based learning. The primary object was evaluate the extent to which dialogue contribute to language acquisitions, fluency improvement, and confidence building in communication. In the first pie chart, you can see the responses. The question is, what is your role in education? Based on 37 participants, and 83.8% identified as a teacher is the highest percent, and 69.2% identified as a students. As we know, this chart, the role of teachers is high, and this pie chart also, the question is how frequently do you use dialogues in classroom activities? Is it more important? Because the results is the responses from 36 participants, the majority 55.6% indicated they often use dialogues. It's high of percent, and 25% reported always using these dialogues in classroom activities. Sometimes 8.3 and really, and non-selected never. And the fourth chapter is pie chart is how effective are dialogue in improving students' speaking skill. The high percent is answered is very effective. This is 80.5, and nearly half. This is 47.2%, and the low small minority is 8.3. This is very inactive. And the fifth question is which of following skills do you think dialogues improve the most? Is it true also? The results, speaking skills is that improves most than the others. In our chart, results is also like this. 66.7% is participants choose the answer. And overall, the results emphasize that dialogues are especially effective for enhancing students' oral communication. And what is the biggest challenge students face when participating in dialogues? It's a lack of vocabulary, the highest answer in our chart. This is 41.7% fear of making mistakes, and 27.8% other issues includes difficulty understanding patterns, and lowest interest is 11.1% is answered. And overall language gaps and confidence are the biggest barriers to effective participations. And this 12th question: what challenges do you face when using dialogues in classroom?
Nigina, you will be disqualified because of your language. No?
dialogue. Sorry. Dialogues in the classroom. This pie chart shows that main challenges educators face with classroom dialogues is student shyness or unwillingness to participate. 50% is a high percent, and the lowest percent is 2.8%. The biggest barriers are related to students' engagement and class dynamic, not materialism. And all over the 83% respondents in one survey were teachers, and over the 80% reported using dialects is regularly the result of our pie chart survey. And dialogists proved effective improving, for example, dialects. For example, speaking fluently and listening comprehension, critical thinking, students' confidence. And the chapter also includes sample activities such as role playing. I mentioned only one game in my PPT, role game, but we can also use like these games, peer interviews, scenario-based stimulation, and guide conversation. This game is also effective to develop students' speaking abilities and their fluency speech. Most of importantly, system dialogue-based exercise was developed, tested, and found effective in increasing the students' language proficiency and active engagement. And the conclusion of my third chart. Dissertation provides theoretical insights and practical tools for enhancing students' language developing through dialogue. The research confirms that dialogue-based learning is not only effective for improving communication, but also cultivating vital 21st century skills such as collaboration, problem solving, cultural awareness, like this. We use in our lessons, in our seminaries with our teacher, problem solving, and theoretical and practical significance in my research work. The finding can be used at secondary schools, lessons, and language centers and teacher training programs. The methodology supports curriculum designers and educators who aim to make English lesson more interactive and communicative. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Nikina.
Thank you, teacher.
So, dear members of commission, if you have any questions, this is time for questions and answers. So, do you have? Okay. Next we go back to the room, please.
In the third chapter, you mentioned two things: skills and abilities.
Yes.
Using dialects in improving students' skills and using in improving students' abilities. What's the difference between these two words? Skills and abilities.
Thank you for your questions, teacher. Abilities, how can I say? In our, this improves day by day in our life. Skill is also like this. Between differences, I mean, مهارات and قابليات in Uzbek language. And can I say this? Skills. Speaking fluently, these are skills. I mean, critical thinking, student confidence, abilities. Abilities. Yes, of course. I mean both of them. Critical thinking, abilities, and skills also.
Thank you. So, Nigina Momo, where did you get dialects? I want to know which manual did you use to take dialects and to include into your dissertation?
Because this is we can't imagine in our teaching process without dialogue.
Okay, where did you get these dialects? Did you use ready-made dialects? Did you use any books to choose the dialects?
We used some researchers works in famous peoples. After this, we contribute some of our
your own dialects?
Yes.
So which you use in the process of teaching?
For example, interactive method we use if we use in our dialogue teaching, is it more effective than the others?
Okay.
For example, with by games also, it's interesting for students, and maybe secondary schools also is also interesting than the other methods. Sorry. I take it good skill narrative thinking like this famous persons. What can I say? All day. We gain it.
Объекты вышки легко у нас. Надо просто дать там. Yes. Okay. Thank you. So she answered that she used some dialects which she had experienced in her classes. She said this one. Thank you. So no more questions? Well, thank you, Nigina. You may take your seat. Time for the viewers. So, okay. The first reviewer is Gafara Zumrazokirjonuna and the second one is Kobila Nargisa Sulamonuna. Time for reviewers. Gafara Zumrazokirjonuna, please.
Magistratura va Niginaning o'quvchilarining ko'nikma va malakalarini rivojlantirish uchun namuna dialoglardan foydalanish mavzusidagi magistr akademik darajasini olish uchun taqdim etilgan dissertatsiyasiga tafriz. Xorijiy tillarni o'qitishning maktab ta'limidagi predmeti sifatida asosiy maqsadi o'qituvchilarning xorijiy tilda muloqot qilish qobiliyatini egallashi ko'riladi. Gap kommunikativ kompetensiyani shakllantirish, ya'ni to'g'ridan-to'g'ri muloqotni va bilvosita muloqotni amalga oshirish qobiliyati va tayyorgarligi haqida bormoqda. Xorijiy tillarni o'qitishda nutqiy ko'nikmalarni rivojlantirish va shakllantirishning eng samarali vositalaridan biri qoidaga ko'ra dialogdir. Ko'pgina o'qituvchilar uzoq vaqtdan beri minimal vaqt xarajatlari va natijalarning obyektivligi bilan birgalikda keng imkoniyatlarni qadrlashadi. Tadqiqot ishini yozishda ma'lumotga oid ilmiy va uslubiy adabiyotlar tahlilga tortilgan. O'qituvchilarning ijobiy tajribasini o'rganilgan va umumlashtirilgan. Pedagogik amaliyot davomida o'qituvchi va talabalarning nazorat faoliyatlari kuzatilgan. Kompozitsion nutq vazifalarini eksperimental tekshirish kabi usullardan foydalanilgan. Bu muammo bo'yicha yetakchi xorijiy til o'qituvchilari tomonidan olib borilgan uslubiy tadqiqotlar ushbu ishning nazariy asosi hisoblanadi. Umumta'lim maktablarida o'quvchilar nutqini o'stirishning nazariy asoslari deb nomlangan Ushbu blokda umumta'lim maktablarida og'zaki nutqni o'stirish ma'murlariga doir nazariyasiga oid umumiy qaydlar berilgan. Ushbu magistrlik dissertatsiyasining ikkinchi bobi o'rta umumta'lim maktab o'quvchilarining ingliz tili darslarida dialogik nutq o'qitishning nazariy asoslari deb nomlangan. Mazkur bobda dialogik nutqni rivojlantirishda dialoglarning samaradorligi asoslangan. Ishning uchinchi bobi o'quvchilarning malaka va ko'nikmalarini rivojlantirishdagi namuna dialoglardan foydalanish deb nomlangan. Ushbu bobda maktab o'quvchilarining malaka va ko'nikmalarini rivojlanishda namuna dialoglarning ahamiyati tomonlarini ko'rsatishga harakat qilingan. Xulosa qismida tadqiqotda olingan natijalar umumlashtirilgan va tavsiflangan. Bundan tashqari tadqiqot davomida foydalanilgan ba'zi internet saytlari ham kiritilgan. Yutuqlar bilan bir qatorda ba'zi bir kamchiliklar ham mavjud. Masalan, birinchidan havolalar to'ldirilishi lozim. Ikkinchidan, tadqiqotda keltirilgan havolalarni talab asosida berish maqsadga muvofiq. Uchinchidan, betlarda ko'rsatilgan imloviy xatoliklar mavjud. Betlarda bularni bartaraf etish kerak. Ba'zi bir jumlalarda xatoliklar bor. Betlari bilan ko'rsatilgan. Adabiyotlar ro'yxati talab asosida shakllantirilishi kerak. Bunda oxirgisi tadqiqotning kontent qismi ingliz tilidagi asosnomadan keyin berilishiga e'tibor qaratish lozim. Ko'rsatilgan kamchiliklar magistrlik dissertatsiyasining ilmiy saviyasiga putur yetkazmaydi. Ushbu magistrlik dissertatsion ishi shu turdagi talablarga javob beradi. Ishni himoyaga tavsiya etish mumkin deb hisoblayman.
Rahmat Xorijiy hocamga. Endi navbat ikkinchi tadrischiga Qobil va Nargiza Begim Sulaymonovna.
Ikkinchi bosqich magistratura Kamolxonliginaning o'quvchilarning ko'nikma va malakalarini rivojlantirish uchun dialoglardan foydalanish mavzusidagi magistr akademik darajasini olish uchun taqdim etilgan dissertatsiyasiga taqriz. Ishning maqsadiga ko'ra mavzu bo'yicha uslubiy adabiyotlar tahlilga tortilgan, o'rganilayotgan mavzu bo'yicha bevosita yoki bilvosita bog'liq bo'lgan zarur ilmiy ma'lumotlarni to'plash asosida nutqiy ko'nikmalarni shakllantirishning ilmiy asoslarini va usullari aniqlashtirilgan. Ish amalga oshirishda muammoga oid ilmiy va uslubiy adabiyotlar o'rganilgan, o'qituvchilarning ijobiy tajribalari o'rganilgan va umumlashtirilgan. Pedagogik amaliyot davomida o'qituvchi va talabalarning nazorat faoliyatlari kuzatilgan, kompozitsion nutq vazifalarini eksperimental tekshirish kabi usullardan foydalanilgan. Magistrlik ilmiy tadqiqot ishining qo'llanish darajasi muammoning tilshunoslarning nazariy muammolari asosida va ilmiy tadqiqot natijalariga asoslangan xulosalar bilan belgilangan. Birinchi bobda umum ta'lim maktablarida og'zaki nutqni o'stirish muammolariga doir nazariyasiga oid umumiy qaydlar berilgan. Ikkinchi bobda dialoglarning nutq o'stirishdagi ahamiyatiga bag'ishlangan. Hamda uchinchi bobda maktab o'quvchilarining malaka va ko'nikmalarini rivojlantirishda namuna dialoglarning ahamiyatini ko'rsatishga harakat qilingan. Yutuqlar bilan bir qatorda ba'zi kamchiliklar mavjud. Jumladan ba'zi betlardagi havolalarni talab asosida rasmiylashtirish maqsadiga muvofiq imloviy xatoliklar mavjud. Bularni bartaraf etish kerak. Adabiyotlar ro'yxati talab asosida shakllantirilishi kerak. Keltirilgan manbalarning betlari aniq ko'rsatilishi lozim. Tadqiqotning kontent qismi ingliz tilidagi asosnomadan keyin berishiga e'tibor qaratishingiz lozim. Ko'rsatilgan kamchiliklar magistrlik dissertatsiyaning ilmiy saviyasiga putur yetkazmaydi. Ushbu magistrlik tadqiqot ishi barcha tasdiqlangan talablarga javob beradi. Ishni himoyaga tavsiya etish mumkin deb hisoblayman. Buxoro davlat universiteti dotsenti Qobil va Nargiza Sulaymonova. Rahmat.
Rahmat. So, the second one is Najmiddinova Gulnoza Bakhlidinovna. The topic of dissertation is exploring the impact of diverse literary genres on language acquisition and pedagogical strategies. The scientific supervisor is Khayrullayeva Kamolxon Ravshanovna, and opponents or reviewers, we can say, Gafar Zumradza Khurjonovna and Gadovi Mavluda Ibragimovna. So, Gulnoza Bakhlidinovna, you have only 10 minutes. Talk about your own contribution, please.
Good morning, dear members members of the State Attestation Commission and dear masters. My full name is Gulnoza Najmitinova. It's a great honor for me to present my dissertation entitled Exploring the Benefits of Diverse Literary Genres in Language Teaching. My research work includes 3 chapters, 6 plans, introduction and conclusion. We know that in the contemporary community, knowing English language is very essential all around the world. In our country, our President Shavkat Mirziyoyev supports foreign language education. Because of this, many secondary schools and higher educations are improving how they teach English. And the main part is chapter 3. In chapter 3, I explained how to use all genres genres together in English language. And I described useful teaching methods like interactive lessons, group works, and discussions. And I also showed how this approach helps teachers create a good atmosphere and effective learning environment. And this method is not difficult for students, and it's very easy, and gives great results in language teaching. In this passage, we can say some stories. We conducted a survey with 96 participants before integrating literary genres. And the findings indicate the majority of students fell into the low and minimal exposure, and we can say the biggest portion of 40% of students fell into the satisfactory level, and another 36% of students were rated as good category. And only 14% of students demonstrated excellent levels. And in this case, we can say before integrating literary genres, students' level were not good, but after the survey, we can say the good results, And in this passage, the results of students changed good side. We can say the 53% of students fell into the excellent category, and 24% of students fell into the good, and 23% of students satisfactory category, and the rest of the students unsatisfactory. And in conclusion, we can say literature is not only for reading. It's a tool for language and culture. And if we use poetry, prose, and drama, we can help students help students learn better and make them love English more and prepare them for global communication. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Gulnoza Bakhrijanovna. Time for questions and answers. So if you are not against, I will ask my own question first, and then I will give time to other members. So the first question is connected with the implementation of your research. So you are using literature in the classroom, yeah? Which classroom did you choose for implementing your research? This is the first question. And the second question is connected with the novels. Do you have a certain novel which your students or school children read?
Thank you for your question, teacher. And I chose like 6 grades at the secondary school. But first of all, they didn't introduce in novels, but they didn't aware of like English novels, but they were introduced in short stories.
Intrigued.
Intrigued.
Were not interested.
Were not interested
in reading novels.
Yes.
Then, after.
But after survey, we could use some methods and interactive lessons as they were interested in these like English novels.
Okay, thank you. So which novel did they read?
Novel, like...
So in your survey there is question, are you interested in reading novels in English? So there should be a certain novel which they read before the class or in the class time. So, did you choose special novels?
Special novels like...
There should be a certain novel in order to have some practice with reading.
But we could use especially short stories with this secondary school.
Short stories, not
Yes.
novels?
No.
Okay, why did you include this questionnaire then into your survey? Do you see? Reading novels in English. But you are saying that you use short stories, yeah? So there is difference between short story and the novel.
Yeah, yes, of course.
Okay, why did you include it into your PPT, into your survey? If they didn't read any novels? Okay, thank you. So, questions? Some more questions? All except language, please.
Thank you. The first question is about the object of your work. You didn't include the novels, but you included the short stories, right? So which short stories? Whose short stories? This is the first question. The second question will be about the methodology of your paper, how you wrote it. It's written you use ethnographic method, so you will you will speak about that one. The second one is phenomenological analysis.
No, I didn't use it. Phenomenological.
I need to finish
Yes.
my sentence first. Theoretical review method. So this is true. Ethnographic method, phenomenological analysis, and theoretical review method. You're saying you didn't use it, but it's mentioned in the methodology part of your work, in the introduction. How come you didn't use it? It's written. You have the bunch of methods, but I'm not sure you used it or not. So explain how you used ethnographic method, phenomenological analysis method, and theoretical review method. Even I have no idea about phenomenological method. What is that? And there is one more comparison. What did you compare? You have nothing in the object. In the initial stage of the presentation, I told you to correct this one. but still it's remaining the same. You haven't included anything in the object. There should be your object. If you conducted the survey, the students, the teachers who were given this questionnaires, there should be the object. And the short stories, the novels, whatever the poems may be, it should be included to the object as well. So speak about that one. If you include it, maybe you have some shortcomings in the introduction, but you have it in the work. Does it take time?
Now I understood. I used short stories, like Three Little Pigs and Ugly Duckling. Yes.
So only short stories, not novels.
Yes.
Okay, what about the second comparison? Ethnographic method and analytical method, theoretical reviews. Even your 3.1 chapter is developing methodological foundations.
Any other questions? Ah, thank you. Is the question clear to you?
Yes, but I didn't use. I didn't remember.
Don't you remember?
Which method did you use to write the paper?
I used for my dissertation mixed methods like qualitative and quantitative.
And that's all.
Yes.
But you have more than 8 methods here. Better than So the only method you used is statistical analysis, is what I understood. And about the rest, they are just imagination, maybe.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? No questions? Thank you. You may take your seat. Now time for answers and for the reviewers. The reviewer is Gafar Zumra Dukhichununa, please.
Tarix va filologiya kafedrasi ikkinchi bosqich magistranti Najmiddinova va Gulnoza Bahriddinovaning Exploring the Benefits of Diverse Literary Genres in Language Teaching mavzusidagi magistrlik dissertatsiyasiga berilgan ichki taqriz. 21-asrda globallashuv va raqamli transformatsiya sharoitida chet tillarni o'qitish va o'rganish jarayoniga nisbatan yondashuvlar tubdan o'zgarib bormoqda. Endilikda til o'rganish faqatgina kommunikativ ehtiyojlarni qondirish vositasi emas, balki insonning kognitiv salohiyatini rivojlantirish, madaniyatlar aro anglashuvni chuqurlashtirish va jamiyatdagi faol ishtirokini ta'minlashga xizmat qiluvchi ko'p funksiyali vosita sifatida qaralmoqda. Shuningdek, til bilimlari orqali inson tafakkurining kengligi, estetik didi, emotsional intuitsiyasi va madaniy ongining shakllanishi yuz beradi. Najmiddinova Gulnoza Bahridinovnaning magistrlik dissertatsiyasi zamonaviy pedagogik yondashuvlarga mos tarzda dolzarb ilmiy masalaga bag'ishlangan bo'lib, yangi qarashlar va metodik yondashuvlarni taklif etadi. Ushbu tadqiqotda ingliz tilini o'rgatishda badiiy asarlarning o'quvchilarning til kompetensiyasiga, tanqidiy va ijodiy fikrlash qobiliyatiga hamda madaniy estetik dunyoqarashiga ko'rsatadigan ta'siri puxta ilmiy asosda yoritilgan. Dissertatsiyada ilgari surilgan nazariy g'oyalar va takliflar xorijiy tilni o'rgatish metodikasini modernizatsiya qilish, uni yangi bosqichga olib chiqish imkonini beruvchi ilmiy asosga ega. U o'rta, kasbiy va oliy ta'lim bosqichlarida keng tatbiq etilishi mumkin bo'lgan metodik qo'llanmalarning shakllanishiga xizmat qiladi. Bu jihatdan mazkur tadqiqot nafaqat nazariy, balki yuqori darajada amaliy ahamiyatga ega bo'lgan ilmiy ishdir. Tavsiyaviy xarakterga ega bo'lgan kamchiliklar quyidagilar. Birinchisi, ba'zi bo'limlarda tilshunoslikka oid atama va tushunchalarning izohi yanada tor doirada, aniqroq va kontekstual asosda yoritilsa, ilmiy uslubiy aniqlik kuchaygan bo'lardi. Bu ayniqsa badiiy janrlarning turlari va ularning metodik o'rniga doir ta'riflarda seziladi. Tahlil va tajriba natijalari bo'yicha keltirilgan ayrim misollarda qiyosiy ko'rsatkichlar grafik yoki jadval shaklida taqdim etilsa, o'quvchining tushunish qulayligi oshgan, umumiy ta'sir esa kuchaygan bo'lardi. Diagrammatik vositalar orqali natijalarning ko'rinishdagi ifodasi amaliy samaradorlikni yanada oshirgan bo'lar edi. Ayrim paragraf va boblarning yakunida qisqa, umumlashtiruvchi mini xulosalar berilsa, asosiy fikrlar aniqroq ajralib chiqadi va ishning mantiqiy izchilligi oshgan bo'lardi. Ta'kidlash joizki, yuqorida qayd etilgan kamchiliklar ishning umumiy ilmiy saviyasi va amaliy ahamiyatiga salbiy ta'sir ko'rsatmaydi. Xulosa qilib aytganda, Najmiddinova Gulnoza Bahridinovnaning magistrlik dissertatsiyasi bugungi kun ta'lim uchun dolzarb bo'lgan masalani o'z ichiga olgan, chuqur ilmiy asoslangan va amaliy jihatdan foydali bo'lgan mukammal tadqiqot ishi hisoblanadi. Undagi ilmiy yondashuv, tajriba asosida berilgan tavsiyalar va zamonaviy metodik qarashlar uni yuksak baholashga asos bo'ladi. Ushbu ilmiy ishni magistrlik akademik darajasiga to'liq loyiq deb hisoblayman.
Rahmat Zumrad Zohirjonova. Endigi navbat keyingi tadqiqotchimizga matbuotlarni iloji bo'lsa o'sha eng kerakli joylarini, chunki tafsilotlarni mana hozir dissertantimiz o'zlaridan eshitdik. Zumrad Zohirjonova batafsil o'qib berdilar o'zlarini taqdizlarini. Shuning uchun boblarning tafsilotiga to'xtalmasdan eng asosiy o'sha yutuqlari va mulohazali qismlarini o'qib eshittirsangiz.
Tadqiqot natijalari bo'yicha o'tkazilgan va dissertatsiyada keltirilgan statistik tahlillar tajriba sinov ishlari samarador ekanligini va ko'zlagan maqsadlarning tasdiqlanganini ko'rsatadi. Dissertant Najmiddinova Gulnoza tomonidan olingan natija, xulosa va tavsiyalarni asoslash uchun tadqiqotning maqsadi vazifalariga muvofiq diagnostik, pedagogik, tajriba sinov, matematik, statistik tahlil, umumlashtirish keluvchi qiyosiy tahliliy kabi usullardan foydalanilgan. Amalga oshirilgan tadqiqotlashtirishda olingan xulosa tavsiyalar dissertatsiya ishining mazmuniga muvofiqligi bilan asoslangan. Osiyo xalqaro universiteti Xorijiy adabiyot mutaxassisligi magistranti Najmiddinova Gulnoza Bahridinovnaning Exploring the Benefits of Diverse Literary Genres in Language Teaching mavzusidagi magistrlik dissertatsiyasi bo'yicha magistrlik akademik darajasini olish uchun yozgan ishi akademik darajani olishga loyiq deb hisoblayman va uni himoyada tavsiya etaman. Buxoro davlat universiteti ingliz tilshunosligi kafedrasi professori Gadoyeva Olda Ibragimova.
Thank you. So next once the student will be told Farangiz Zafarna. The topic of the dissertation is discursive communicative model as a system of determinants of translation strategy. Scientific supervisor is Eloda Sidekova and reviewers are Jalil Wazani Gorobidana and Ahmed Mehni Gorbakhulana.
Okay, so let's start. Good morning, dear teachers. My dissertation name was Discursive Communicative Model as a System of Determinants of Translation Strategy. So let's start with the introduction. Okay, the introduction. Okay, so they're the introduction, and the introductions also include the 3 chapters. And chapter 1 is introduce the translation studies, and the second of the chapter include the model of the translation, the parameterization, and the methodology. And the second chapter include the analysis of translation strategies within the discursive communicative model. So let's start with the okay. May I start with the second? Because and there are the information. Yeah. Okay. So
Farangiz. Bu yerda o'tilgan komissiyaga sizni o'sha nima deydi birinchi qism nazariy qismingizga berilgan narsalardan ko'ra sizni o'zingizni shu ilmga qilayotgan hissangiz qiziqda, bizga o'sha qiziq. Nazariyani har bir komissiya a'zosi nima yerda o'tilganlar hammasi o'zi uchun kerakli ma'lumotlarni, manbalarni o'qib olib biladi. Bizga qizig'i sizni qilgan ilmiy hissangiz. So your own contribution, if in the 3rd chapter, you may explain this one.
In this 3rd chapter, there are the examples, and in the 2nd chapter, there the practice that I used to. For example, in the 2nd chapter, you can see that translation represents the integrative approach that uses translation as a multi-shaded process influenced by linguistics and structures, cognitive mechanisms, and the pragmatic functions. So unlike the traditional linguistic methods, which emphasize the formal equivalence and synthetic transfer, or purely the cognitive models which focus on the mental processing, the discursive communicative model that recognizes translation as an effect of situational communication shaped by multiple interaction factors. So this model acknowledges that meaning is not solely embedded in words or sentences, but emerges from the interplay between the discursive structures and the communicative intent. The first method that I used is the experimental method used in translation studies is think aloud protocols, like where the translators verbalize their thought processes while translating. The second method that I use is that another widely used technique in the experimental translation research is the eye tracking, which measures eye movements and fixation patterns to analyze how translation allocate attention while working on a text. The eye tracking technology records where and for how long the translators can rest on specific words or phrases, or providing insights into reading comprehension and segmentation strategies. The third part that I used too was the key logging software. Is also frequently employed in experimental translation research to record keystrokes, the revision, and time spent on different sections of a text. This method provides data on the temporal aspects of translation translation, including typing speed, or the pauses, or the error correction patterns. So, in this process of analyzing translation strategies, within the discursive communicative model, selecting appropriate text ensures the reliability and the validity of this process. And this selection process is crucial because the types of text chosen directly influence the scope and the depth of analysis, as well as the study's findings. By examining the literary, journalistic, and the scientific text, this study captures the wide range of linguistic, stylistic, and cultural challenges that translators face. Each of these genres represent their distinct requirements, making their comparative analysis essential for understanding how translator strategies vary depending on the communicative objectives or the audience expectations and the general conversation in the text. So, in the third chapter, I use the examples where you can understand in the wide way about the discursive communicative model, how I use in translation. For example, Abdullah, I use some novels, some examples. In this way, you can see the Abdullah Qadri's Utkanlar. I translated into Russian, and the metaphor, literally the words of the heart travel from one heart to another heart. But in the adapted way, we say that слова души находят отклик друг от друга. And we adapted this word in context, and not translated word by word, but surely giving the essential meaning. We translate this context to give the emotional meaning, and translate like the words of the soul finds resonance in another soul. In this literal translation, could have retained an adapted version. It shows greater emotional resonance into Russia, aligning with the cultural perception of the soul as the center of emotions. So you can see that this example illustrates the strategy's choice to preserve the metaphor's emotional impact to while adjusting its cultural connotation to the target audience. And the second example that I want to say that Uzbek phrase "sudan korkutmo," we can say that literally to come out from water. But escape the meaning. We can say that a difficult situation is uncatched. Rendered to come out unscathed in English, and preserving both the imaginary and the idiomatic meaning. These adaptations illustrate the translator's role in maintaining the theoretical effectiveness of source text. Another one is the translation of Oybeck's Plukon, phrases such as "Yurak nasıl koyulmaz kunar." We not translated word by word and looking at the full context. We embedded this context, and literally it can be the silence that squeezes the heart, and we restructured this meaning and say Tishna, literally oppressive silence. They're sacrificing the metaphor's vivid imagery for the more conscious and natural expression in Plukon. So this part where the teacher can see the full example and the full word that I used to. And I can say that the significance of my work is that you can use to improve the quality of literary to journalistic and scientific translations, as well as to enhance the training of translators, development, or the translation guidelines. And by providing a deeper understanding of the cognitive and communicative factors that influence translation decisions, the study helps to translators make more informed choices that request both the source text and the target audience.
Thank you for Farana. So as your topic is connected with the translation studies, I'm so interested in translation studies, and I would like you to explain me what is TPR. Have you ever heard about this? What is TPR? This is not the term which is used in methodological classes. Total physical response. This is not total physical response. This is TPR, which is used in translation studies. Have you heard it? While searching or while writing your research work, have you come across this term?
Yeah, I come across, but I don't pay attention.
You don't exactly know what is that?
Yeah, I don't pay attention.
Okay. Then another question to you. So while observing translations, did you come across or did you notice incorrespondences between two languages? For example, from English into Russian or from Uzbek into Russian. You have mentioned Utkan Kurnal, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So did you notice incorrespondence while comparing these two, the original and target text?
Yeah.
If yes, did you offer your own choice? Instead of that, I would suggest, for example, this version or this choice.
Yeah, because
Did you notice incorrespondence?
yeah, I noticed because
Okay. What type of incorrespondences did you notice?
there in this context, for example, you can see that words that are the old words that are not used at the moment,
Mm-hmm.
and where you can change them into the new words
Mm-hmm.
that are we used to now. Because, for example, I mean, how you can see that, for example, you can't just translate it word by word.
Mm-hmm.
You can't just translate it, and in the literal way, you should, coming from the context, translate it by the meaning and use it, how to say, in the modern way, because for being understandable to translators.
Okay, Farangis, the words of the heart travel from one heart to another. Is it your own choice or is it the translator's choice? Whose choice is it? Is it yours?
No, it's translator.
Translators. So do you think that it is correct?
Yeah, there in this context, the translator just translated word by word,
Mm-hmm.
like but I reconstructed this word in context.
So you consider that there is problem in translation?
For giving the more emotional impact, to give this word more emotional meaning,
Mm-hmm.
I no, this is the right, but for giving the more
emotions?
way, yeah, more emotions, I translated and better.
But translator uses the best way. The words of the heart travel from one heart to another. This is not word for word translation. This is phraseological unit. The translator uses the best way of describing this sözüm yuraktan, yurakka ko'chadi. He uses the best way of translation here, but it's okay. If you consider that there should be better to use resonance, it's your own choice. As a researcher, you have right to give your own choice. Thank you. So, any other questions?
You talked a lot about discourse communicative model of translation. Can you tell me who suggested this discourse communicative model of translation or framework? Any author maybe or any translator? Is there any theoretical base?
Yeah, I know the kind of theoretical basis. For example, it can, I know that Ibn Amida, she's that, she played a crucial role in the translation, and she has the theory of formal and dynamic equivalence that she used in the translation. And furthermore, except to her, I know the Hans Vermeers. He's also the famous translator that he has his own theory. It's called the Scopes theory. That this Scopes theory say that include the different translation strategies should be employed based on the communication functions in the context or in the target audience. Yeah.
Did you answer? Yes. Did you answer? Okay. No more questions? Okay, thank you. Finance Department, you may take your seat. Now, time for reviewers. The first reviewer is Jalil Zanibor Obidulna. We'll ask Matiba Akhrolna. Please, could you do me a favor to read this review for us? Thank you.
İkinci bosqich magistrati Tolipova Farangiz Zarifovna tomonidan magistr akademik darajasini olish uchun Discursive Communicative Model as a System of Determinants of Translation Strategy mavzusidagi yozilgan magistrlik tadqiqot ishiga ichki taqriz. Tadqiqot ishining birinchi bobi zamonaviy tarjima nazariyasining shakllanishi va rivojlanishiga bag'ishlangan bo'lib, unda tarjima jarayonini modellashtırishga oid asosiy nazariy yondashuvlar, lingvistik, kommunikativ, kognitiv va sotsiomadaniy paradigmalar keng tahlil etilgan. İkinci bobda esa tarjimaning diskursiv kommunikativ modeli, uning asosiy tamoyillari hamda tarkibiy tuzilmasi har tomonlama o'rganilgan. Uchinchi bobda diskurs kommunikativ model asosida tarjima strategiyalarining amaliy va qiyosiy tahlili amalga oshirilgan. Tanlab olingan matnlar misolida turli tarjima strategiyalari qo'llanilgan, variantlar solishtirib chiqilgan va ularning samaradorligi baholangan. Mazkur ishdagi yutuqlar qatorida ayrim kamchiliklar ham kuzatiladi. Jumladan, ishning ayrim sahifalarida imloviy xatoliklar, ba'zi fikrlar aynan qaysi manbada berilganligi yoritilmagan. Yuqorida keltirilgan kamchiliklarga qaramasdan, mazkur tadqiqot ishi o'ziga xos qator ijobiy jihatlarga ega. Ushbu tadqiqotga tahlil qamrovi keng, muhim nazariy xulosalarga esa amaliy jihatdan jiddiy yondashilgan. Tadqiqot mavzusining dolzarbligi va uni o'rganish ilmiy amaliy jihatdan muhim ahamiyatga ekanligini inobatga olib, uning muallifi ikinchi bosqich magistranti Tolipova Farangiz Zafarovna o'z mutaxassisligi bo'yicha Discursive Communicative Model as a System of Determinants of Translation Strategy mavzusida yozilgan dissertatsiya magistr akademik darajasini olishga munosib deb hisoblab, ijobiy baholayman va uni himoyaga tavsiya etaman. Osiyo xalqaro universiteti professori Jalilova Zarnigor Obidovna, tashqi taqrizni o'qishga ruxsat bersangiz, tadqiqot g'oya va tarkibiy jihatdan bir butunlik va yaxlitlikka ega. Uni tuzilishiga ko'ra kirish, asosiy uch-bob xulosa va foydalangan ro'yxatdan tarkib topgan. Tadqiqotning ijobiy tomonlari juda ko'p. Unda muallifning oldiga qo'yilgan maqsad va vazifalarga jiddiy, chuqur hamda har tomonlama yondashilganligi, mavzuning dolzarbligi, shu bilan bir qatorda yangiligi, muammolar qamrovining kengligi, ilgari surilgan fikrlarning yetarlicha misollar bilan isbotlanganligi buni to'la tasdiqlaydi deb aytish mumkin. Tadqiqot ishdagi yutuqlar qatorida ayrim kamchiliklar ham kuzatildi. Jumladan ishning ayrim sahifalarida ishoraviy imloviy xatoliklar va ishda ba'zi texnik kamchiliklar ko'zga tashlandi. Yuqorida keltirilgan kamchiliklarga qaramasdan, mazkur tadqiqot ishi o'ziga xos qator ijobiy xususiyatlarga, jihatlarga ega. Tadqiqotchi mavzuni yoritishda ancha mehnat qilganligi yaqqol namoyon. Ikkinchi bosqich magistranti Tolipova Farangiz Zafarovna o'z mutaxassisligi bo'yicha Discursive Communicative Model as a System of Determinants of Translation Strategy mavzusidagi magistr akademik darajasini olish uchun yozilgan dissertatsiyasi mustaqil ravishda olib borilgan, yakunlangan ilmiy ish bo'lib, filologiya fanlari bo'yicha magistr akademik darajasini olish uchun qo'yilgan dissertatsiya talablarining barchasiga to'liq mos keladi. Muallif esa magistr akademik darajasini olish uchun loyiq deb hisoblanadi. Buxoro davlat universiteti ingliz adabiyotshunosligi va tarjimashunosligi kafedrasi professori Ahmedova Mehrinigor Bahadir. I'm sorry.
Berilib ketib ikkinchi taqrizchini ham o'qitdik, taqrizchimiz turibdilar kutib navbatlarni. Rahmat. Rahmat. Thank you, Matluba Akhirovna. Next master student is Daminur Jamshid Zafarovna. The theme of the dissertation, the image of the female character in American literature of the 20th century as an example of Francis Scott Fitzgerald's stories. Scientific supervisor is Tursunov Mirzo Mahmudovich and reviewers are Gafarova Zumradze Khurjonovna and Said Zulfizar Khudoyberdiyevna. So, Jamshid Zafarovich, please speak about the main contribution which you did while working on this research.
Okay, thank you, teacher. First of all, good morning, respected professors and fellow researchers. It is an honor for me to be here today. My research is the image of the female character in American literature of the 20th century, and an example of Scott Fitzgerald's stories. My scientific advisor is Mahmoud Mirzo Tursunov. The subject of research work. The subject of the research work is the image of the female character in Scott Fitzgerald's stories. Object of research work. The object of this research is the stories that are written by Scott Fitzgerald. The aim of the research work, the primary aim of this research is to examine the image of the female character in 20th century American literature using Scott Fitzgerald's short stories as a key study. To achieve this aim, the following tasks are set. The analysis of the female image in Scott Fitzgerald's stories. Fitzgerald's portrait of woman social personal influence. Fitzgerald's female character has deeply shaped his social gender rules and his personal life, especially his turbulent relation with Zelda Fitzgerald. His writing reflects the conflicts between traditional femininity and emerging modern identities, especially during the Jazz Age. Woman is his stories often embodied was desire and disappointment, navigating a beautiful charm, social pressure and inner conflict. Theme of identify class and gender. Fitzgerald used the female character to examine class division, identity struggles, and gender expressions. Characters like Lizzie Bachunan, Gloria Page, Nicola Warner reveal how women are objectified yet burdened with expressions of beauty, openness, or moral influence. Daisy Buchanan is a beautiful, wealthy, and charming. She appears soft and Daisy is short and gentle, but she is also short and in this says. She loves Gatsby but chooses a comfortable life with Tom. Next is Gloria Gilbert. Gloria is a glamour, fun-loving and selfish. She marries another Anthony Patch, and they both fall into a life of the license and disappointment. Next is Nicola Diver. Nicola is a rich, elegant, and mentally ill. She is married to Dick Diver, who is also her doctor. Over time, her illness improves, but their relationship breaks down. Next is Rosemary Hart. Rosemary is a young and comic actress. She falls in love with Dick Diver and is fascinated by his work. Next is Helen Honoria. Helena, this is said, was Charles Will's wife. Honoria is their daughter. Helen's memory haunts Charlie, and Honoria becomes a symbol of hope and redemption.
Thank you, Zafarovich. Dear members of commission, if you have any questions, you may ask. Time for questions and answers, please. Nasima. Thank you.
Please tell me what is the main aims of your work and what methods did you use to reach them?
The main issues and hypothesis of the research work. The research explores how female character portraying Scott Fitzgerald stories reflecting challenges and changes of 20th century American society. Larry analyzes the user examines semantic and structural elements of the text studies. Psychological analysis helps explore the character's motivation and emotional development. Together, these methods enable a comprehensive understanding of the research subject. Content analysis provides a semantic approach to identify and interpreting research and happens within the lecture.
Okay, thank you. Mechanic Oberholder also wants to ask a question.
Yeah,
please.
I'm too much interested in the feministic ideas, especially like female characters. What I want to ask you about is gender equality. Did Fitzgerald give an idea about like gender equality in his verse? And how was a woman described, like female characters described in his stories? I mean, they were weak, or they were strong, or they are educated.
Savol tushunarlimi? Aha. Savol tushunarlim dedim, tushundim dedingiz, ha? Javob bera olasizmi?
Nima deb savol berdi? Shu yozuvchi, siz tanlagan yozuvchi ayollarni qanaqa jihatlarini tasvirlagan? Ularni kuchlimi, kuchsizmi, qanaqadir jamiyatdagi ojiza sifatidami, yoki ilmlimi, ilmsizmi, qanaqa tasvirlagan?
O'sha o'zi 20-asr oxirlarida
But you should answer in English.
Demak, keyingi nimalarda o'ylab ko'rasizmi? Bu savollarni yana chuqurroq o'rganishingizga to'g'ri keladi. Ulug'bek Sayfullayevich, please.
Thank you. You spoke about Daisy Puccino, Judy Jones, Gloria Gilbert, Nicole Diver, Rosemary Hoyt, and Helen, right? And I wanted to speak about Evelyn Piper and Sally Carroll as well, because you missed them.
Gloria Gilbert is a glamorous fan.
Evelyn Piper and Sally Carroll. It's in your conclusion part.
In Serical, on the other land, Fitzgerald highlights the newly found freedom of the flapper of the 1920s. So demonstrated such a freedom by first leaving the source of all explorers. The possibilities lie in the north might bring her demonstrated it yet again by walking away from Harry after Shakespeare's feeling of exhaustion and neglect Fitzgerald neglect. Fitzgerald was able to capture the reality of many women face even today, parting the happiness of their children and the stability they believe the traditional family structure provides them about their own feelings of the fulfillment and happiness. Fitzgerald was able to highlight the selfness of a mother while also taking into account just how hard being selfish tried as in the cost women pay for such acts.
Rahmat, avvalgiga nisbatan ancha o'zgarish bor. Rahmat.
Boshqa savollar yo'qmi? Okay. Thank you. Jamshid Zafarevich, you may take your seat, and time for reviewers. The first reviewer is Zafarova Zumradzoka Jonova.
Xorijiy til va adabiyot mutaxassisligi magistrati Daminov Jamshid Zafar o'g'lining The Image of the Female Character in American Literature in the 20th Century as an Example of Scott Fitzgerald's Stories nomli magistrlik dissertatsiyasiga berilgan taqriz. Zamonaviy adabiyotshunoslikda 20-asr Amerika adabiyotida ayol obrazining shakllanishi va badiiy talqini masalasi muhim ilmiy yo'nalishlardan biri sifatida o'rganilmoqda. Ayniqsa, Fitzgerald ijodi bu borada sermazmun tahlil obyekti bo'lib xizmat qiladi. Uning asarlarida ayol obrazlari orqali davrning ijtimoiy ma'naviy muhitiga, gender munosabatlariga, shaxsiy orzu-umidlar va jamiyat talablariga munosabat badiiy ifodasini topgan. Magistrlik dissertatsiyasi ana shu masalani chuqur tahlil etishga qaratilgan bo'lib, o'zining dolzarbligi, ilmiy yangiligi va nazariy amaliy ahamiyati bilan ajralib turadi. Birinchi bobda 20-asr Amerika jamiyatidagi ayol obrazining evolyutsiyasi, ayniqsa jaz davri ijtimoiy o'zgarishlari kontekstida tahlil qilingan Scott Fitzgeraldning shaxsiy hayoti va ijtimoiy tajribasi uning ayol obrazlarini yaratishdagi asosiy omil sifatida ko'rilgan. Ikkinchi bobda Fitzgerald asarlarida ayol obrazlarining psixologik tahlili, ularning ijtimoiy rol bilan o'zaro aloqasi, ayol qahramonlarining orzulari, umidlari va ichki dunyosining murakkab qatlamlari tahlil qilingan. Tadqiqotda Fitzgeraldning turmush o'rtog'i Zelda Sayr bilan munosabatlarining yozuvchining adabiy obrazlariga qanday ta'sir qilgani ishonarli asoslangan. Uchinchi bobda ayol obrazining identitet, gender rollari va ma'naviy inqiroz nuqtai nazaridan tahlili amalga oshirilgan. Bu orqali muallif ayol obrazining murakkab, ko'p qirrali va ziddiyatli tabiatini ochib bera olgan. Tadqiqotda Fitzgeraldning ayol obrazlari orqali o'z davrining ijtimoiy estetik muammolariga bergan badiiy javobi yoritilgan. Dissertatsiyani o'qish va tahlil qilish jarayonida quyidagi ijobiy jihatlar e'tiborni tortdi. Tadqiqot dolzarb mavzuga bag'ishlangan. Fitzgerald ijodining chuqur tahlili, hayoti bilan badiiy obrazlar orasidagi bog'liqlik asosida yoritilgan. Dissertatsiyada muallif mustaqil xulosa va ilmiy qarashlarini ilgari surgan. Shuningdek, quyidagi taklif va tavsiyalarni berish mumkin. Birinchidan, ayrim ayol obrazlarini boshqa amerikalik yozuvchilar bilan solishtirgan holda tahlil qilish dissertatsiyaga qo'shimcha qimmat bag'ishlagan bo'lar edi. Matnda ba'zi stilistik va imloviy xatolar mavjud. Texnik tahlil talab etiladi. Foydalanilgan adabiyotlar ro'yxatida ba'zi manbalar bibliografik talablar asosida to'liq rasmiylashtirilmagan. Xulosa qilib aytganda, Jamshid Aminovning magistrlik dissertatsiyasi o'zining ilmiy nazariy mazmuni, dolzarbligi va mustaqil yondashuv bilan e'tiborga molik bo'lib, muallif magistr ilmiy darajasini olishga loyiq deb hisoblayman. Osiyo xalqaro universiteti dotsenti G'affarova.
Thank you. Zumrad Zohirjonovna, so time for the second review, please.
Ikkinchi bosqich magistraturada mening Jamshid Zafarovning The Image of Female Character in American Literature in the 20th Century nomli magistrlik dissertatsiyasiga taqriz. Har bir bobda muayyan tahliliy chiziq kuzatilib, Fitzgeraldning The Great Gatsby, The Tender in the Night, The Side of the Paradise kabi asarlardagi asosiy ayol qahramonlarning badiiy talqini o'rganilgan. Dissertatsiyaning ilmiy yangiligi shundaki, muallif Fitzgerald asarlaridagi ayol obrazlarini faqat erkak qahramonlar bilan aloqadorlikda emas, balki ularning mustaqil psixologik va ijtimoiy hayoti nuqtai nazaridan tahlil etgan. Bu esa Amerikada 20-asr boshlaridagi gender stereotiplari, patriarxal me'yorlar, shaxsiy erkinlik o'rtasidagi ziddiyatlarni ochib beradi. Dissertatsiya nafaqat nazariy, balki amaliy ahamiyatga ega bo'lib, O'zbekiston oliy ta'lim muassasalarida xorijiy adabiyot kurslarini o'qitishda metodik material sifatida xizmat qilishi mumkin. Dissertatsiya umumiy jihatdan pishiq va ilmiy asoslangan bo'lsa-da, quyidagi kamchiliklarni qayd etish mumkin. Jumladan, ba'zi joylarda yozuvchi tilining poetik xususiyatlariga e'tibor sustroq qaratilgan. Matnlar stilistik jihatdan chuqurroq tahlil qilinishi mumkin edi. Faqat Fitzgerald asarlariga e'tibor qaratilib, zamondosh yozuvchilarning ayol obrazlari bilan qisqa tadqiqotli tahlil berilmagan. Masalan, Hemingway, Faulkner. Amerika jamiyatining tarixiy foniga oid tafsilotlar ayrim joylarda umumiy darajasida qolgan. Dissertatsiya mavjud kamchiliklar bilan birga umumiy ijobiy baholayman va uni himoyaga tavsiya etaman. Buxoro davlat universiteti dotsenti Saidova Zulfiza. Saidova Zulfiza.
Rahmat Matiba Abdullovna. Keyingi navbat. So, next presenter is Vahidova Shahnoza Turkinovna. The topic of dissertation is using literary works and methodology to enhance writing skills. Scientific supervisor is Ahmed va Mehrinigor Bahodorovna, and reviewers are Tashra Nafisa Zaynetdinovna and Sitora Muhammadjanova. So, Shahnoza Turkinovna, speak about your contribution to our science, please.
Good morning, everyone, dear professor, teachers, masters. My name is Shahnoza Turkinovna. Our thing is using literary work in methodology to enhance writing skills. Today, I would like to share insight into how literary work can be effectively used to enhance writing skills among students. The aim of our research work is to investigate the effectiveness of literary works in developing writing skills at higher education. The object of research work are English literary works, novels, short stories. The subject of the dissertation paper is developing writing skills through literary works at higher education, applying literary works for the methodologies of developing writing skills. Methods A mixed methods research approach, both qualitative and quantitative, have been utilized as a research method for the investigation. For further analysis, conceptual analysis also has been used. The results obtained and the novelty, the main key principles, strategies, and types of writing have been analyzed. The effectiveness of applying literary works in developing writing has been investigated. The advantages and disadvantages of applying literary work in developing students' writing skills have been worked out. Level of the subchapter methodology analysis of the effectiveness of literary works in developing writing skills. The third part of our dissertation also consists two paragraphs. The first paragraph is devoted to meta-analysis of implementation of literary works in writing development. The second was devoted to the analysis of our questionnaires and its results. We made a questionnaire for English teachers and chose 25 respondents. The questionnaire consists of 10 questions, and it was taken in an anonymous way in order to make it more real and relevant. The aims of our questionnaires were to investigate respondent assessment of usefulness in improving students' language skills and to analyze advantages and disadvantages of using the methods during English classes. The results of our questionnaire show that our teachers are trying to integrate literature to their lessons and to make classes more interesting and essential to improve the efficiency of their work with the help of new technologies. Procedure and result of experimental teaching. According to the first question, we explored the 7 teachers, the 29.2% out of 25 with the literary works daily in the teaching writing. 5 teachers, that 20.8%, they associationally 10 teachers, 33.3% use a few times a week, and the other 3 teachers use rarely. The next question, which literary genre do you find the most influential in improving your writing skills? According to the respondents, we understand that most of the teachers use poetry, 4.2%, and essays, 8%, and developing students' writing skills, 12.5%. I use drama, 29.2% of the use fiction and non-fiction. Conclusion, methodological approach to teaching writing through literary works is usage is education and especially in language teaching have been analyzed for this purpose, whereas methodological literature, several articles of linguistic and some intermetals were taken as a prose.
Thank you. Now it's time for questions and answers. If you have any questions, please.
Thank you. Your topic is using literary works to enhance students' writing skills, right? So which literary works did you use?
In my research work,
because it's not mentioned in the
for example,
object.
Edgar Allan Poe's and Kill Mockingbird, Pride and Prejudice, and comparing Romeo and Juliet.
So it's fiction, right? Drama. You said using fiction and non-fiction. And what's for the non-fiction? ishlanishida. Thank you.
Okay, I have my question about like using literary works in developing writing skills. What kind of writing skill of your students would you like to develop by using literary works? What kind of writing skill of your students will you develop by using literary works? According to genres, writing skills differ, yes? For example, whenever you write an article, then it becomes scientific writing. And whenever you write a short story,
And novels.
and novels, then it becomes what kind of writing skill? If you use literature, then it becomes literary writing skills. Any other questions? Yes.
Which genres of literature did you find most effective for writing development?
Which one?
Which one is more effective? The genre of develop writing skills. Fiction.
Non-fiction. Non-fictions. I'm excited, sorry. And of the question too, non-fiction and high persons effective.
If you don't have any other questions, we will move to the reviewing part. Reviewers Satashva Nafsazainuddinova and Muhammadjan Nasitora. You can take your seat.
Ikkinchi bosqich magistranti Vahid va Shahroza To'lqinovaning Using Literary Works in Methodology to Enhance Writing Skills magistrlik dissertatsiyasi mavzusida yozib berilgan ichki taqriz. Dissertatsiya yozma nutqning sifati, fikrning mustaqil ravishda bayon etilishi bilan belgilanishi hamda yozma nutqning o'ziga xos xususiyatlaridan yana biri uni tekshirish, tuzatish, takomillashtirish mumkinligini ochib bergan. Yozma nutq grammatik va mazmun jihatdan to'g'ri jumla qurishni, har bir so'zni o'z o'rnidan to'g'ri qo'llash, fikrni ixcham va izchil, ifodali, uslub jihatdan sodda va ravon ifodalash, bayon qilingan fikrlar asosida xulosalar chiqarishni talab etadi. Taqriz lingvistik va pedagogik jihatdan qiziqarli bo'lib, ESL o'qituvchilari va o'qituvchilar uchun foydali tavsiyalarni o'z ichiga oladi. Tadqiqot ishi yuzasidan diqqatga sazovor yutuqlarni e'tirof etish bilan bir qatorda dissertatsiyaning ilmiy qiymatini yanada oshirish maqsadida quyidagi tavsiya va takliflar bildirilgan. Birinchidan, tadqiqot ishida keltirilgan havolalar qayta ko'rib chiqilsa maqsadga muvofiq bo'lar edi. Dissertatsiya matnida texnik, ishoraviy, imloviy hamda uslubiy xatoliklar tadqiqot ishida uchramasligi lozim. Dissertatsiyada keltirilgan barcha olimlarning tadqiqot ishlari adabiyotlar ro'yxatida talab darajasida bo'lishi kerak. Shu shularni inobatga olgan holda ikkinchi bosqich magistrantı Vahidova Shahnoza To'lqinovna o'z mutaxassisligi bo'yicha Using Literary Works and Methodology to Enhance Writing Skills mavzusida yozilgan dissertatsiyasini yakunlangan ish sifatida rasmiy himoyaga tavsiya etish mumkin. Osiyo xalqaro universiteti dotsenti Abdullayeva Nabiya Idrisova hamda tashqi taqriz ishning kirish qismida ilmiy tadqiqotning mavzusi dolzarbligi, ilmiy ishning fan texnologiyalar rivojlanishidagi muhim yo'nalishlarga mosligi ko'rsatib o'tilgan. Dissertatsiyaning birinchi bobi adabiyot yoki adabiy asarlarning yozuvchi rivojlanishidagi ahamiyatini nazariy tushuntirishga bag'ishlangan bo'lsa, ikkinchi bobda yozuv ko'nikmalarini rivojlantirishning amaliy yo'llari ko'rsatilgan. Uchinchi bobda esa adabiy asarlarning ikkinchi tilni o'rganishdagi ta'sirining meta tahlili va tadqiqot ishi natijalarining statistik tahliliga bag'ishlangan. Mazkur tadqiqot ishi o'zining ilmiyligi, pedagogik jarayonni o'rganishdagi ijobiy yondashuv hamda amaliy yo'naltirilganlik xususiyatiga egadir. Dissertatsiya mantiqan tugallangan bo'lsa-da, ba'zi bir tavsiya mulohazalarini bildirishni xohlar edim. Tadqiqot ishida keltirilgan havolalar qayta ko'rib chiqilsa maqsadga muvofiq bo'ladi. Dissertatsiya matnida texnik, ishoraviy, imloviy hamda uslubiy xatoliklar tadqiqot ishida uchramasligi kerak. Va oxirgisi, dissertatsiyada keltirilgan barcha olimlarning tadqiqot ishlari adabiyotlar ro'yxatida talab darajasida bo'lishi kerak. Umumiy xulosa sifatida aytish mumkinki, ikkinchi bosqich magistranti Vahidova Shahnoza To'lqinovna o'z mutaxassisligi bo'yicha Applying Literary Works for Methodologies of Developing Writing Skills mavzusida yozilgan dissertatsiya yakunlangan ish sifatida rasmiy himoyaga tavsiya etish mumkin. Buxoro, bu qaysi universitet? Texnologiya instituti o'zbek va xorijiy tillar kafedrasi pedagogik fanlari bo'yicha falsafa doktori Muhammadjanova Sitora Jahongirovna. Jamalova. Uzr. Rahmat.
Thank you. And now it's time for the next master's student, Safarova Dildora Kobilovna, with a dissertation, The Image of Identity in the Novel The Wings of Doubt by Henry James. And the scientific supervisor is Kilicheva Mekhnistora Jabovna, reviewers are Sadulaeva Matubakhorovna and Kobilova Zabakhidinovna. As mentioned before, you have only 10 minutes to talk the main parts of your work and what you have done in the scientific field. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, dear teachers and masters. I am Safarova Dildora Kobilovna. My master's dissertation work titled The Image of Identity in the Novel The Wings of Doubt by Henry James. It concludes the three-chapter introduction, 3 chapters, conclusion, and the list of used literature. We identify and analyze the main part of the 3rd chapter. There are 3 characters in the novel. They are Cat Croy, Millie Seal, and Merton Denshaw.
Dildora, stay close to the microphone and speak loudly, please.
Okay, thank you. There are 3 characters in the novel. They are Cat Croy, Millie Seal, and Merton Denshaw. Cat Croy is a hypocrite, prestigious and moral compromise. Millie Seal is American dove. Why American dove is symbol of the novel. Millie Seal is infinite wealth and disconceals. Merton Denshaw is passive observer, personal desire and feeling of guilt. We identify and analyze one by one character. Kate's identity. She is trapped between family shame and social ambition. She is poor but beautiful. Her aunt mouths always control her. Kate loved to dance. For example, she waited Kate Croy for her father to come in. The shabby sofa, the signs of the slippery and sticky. The next character is Millie. Millie is transgender journey. She likes traveling. In the society, Millie is rich Harris. This conceals pilgrim to sacrificial dove. For example, she had turned her face to the wall, but behind it to the sunrise. The second character is Dancer. Dancer is passive evaluation. His professional identity and personal desires. He is passive lover, observer, and guilt awakening. For example, we shall never be again as we were. On chapter 3, the Wings of Dove, Henry James explores how people shape their identities in the modern world, full of conflict and uncertainty. He does this through the complex relationship between three main characters, Kate Croy, Millie Seal, and Merton Dasher. Each of them struggles to balance their social status, personal desires, and sense of right and wrong. Kate shows the painful clash between wanting to rise in society and staying true her values. She changed from a hopeful young woman to someone who manipulates others not because she is evil, but she lives in a world that gives women like her few real choices. Millie starts off wealthy, Sikh American traveling in Europe, but she becomes much more. Her money and illness give her a special kind of freedom and limitation. So she is dying. Her awareness of this helps her live more deeply, showing that facing limits can help people truly understand themselves, especially through love and forgiveness. Third character is Merton. Merton begins as someone who just goes along with others' plans, unsure of his role as a man in the changing world, our time. He grows into someone who makes moral choice for himself. He eventually turned down Millie's money, showing that real identity comes from doing that's right, not from gaining power or status. Together, Kate, Millie, and Dancer show that identity is not something we create alone. It's shaped by our relationship, the society we live in, and the choice we make. Conclusion. As a conclusion, it can be said that the language used in the novel The Wings of Dove by Henry James is analyzed on the topic of the language used, personalities, reasons, and views of the world in unit novel. In addition, They are written by showing real human problems, the moral compromise. Their real purpose is to show writers their basis to identify for the benefit and analysis of social questions.
Thank you. And now it's time for questions and answers. I would like to start with. The first question of mine is, what do you mean by social identity?
Social identity, it's jamiyatdagi yes, jamiyatdagi equality, maybe.
Gender equality or social equality?
Social.
Okay. How is the character formed out?
In the novel, main character is Millie Seal. Millie Seal is a rich woman, but she's ill. She knows one day he was died. That's why she loves to dance. No, dancer. Dancer is observer. Always observe to Millie. In the novel, they are traveling together and laugh to Millie.
But you're talking about personal identity, you know?
Personal identity.
When you talk about social identity, you should think how the person is accepted in the society, how his or her role in the society, okay?
Role in the society, yes. Characters. So Kate Crow is hypocrite in the society. Millie Seal is American dove. It's symbol, as symbol. Dancer is guilt awakening in the society.
Thank you. If you have any other questions?
Thank you. I just wanted to ask about identity role. As you've mentioned in 3.2, the reader's role in constructing character's identity. Is it different to compare it with the authors?
It's different, yes. There are two positive and negative character in the novel. Positive is Millie Seal and negative is Dash and Kate Crow.
And how is it connected with reader's concept?
Millie Seal, in the novel, Millie Seal was died, and his wealth as a result, Merton took Millie's wealth.
Savolni tushundingizmi?
Savolni tushundim. Oxirida nima bilan tugaydi? Asarning oxiri bu nima Denshir Millini
Asarning oxiri nima bilan tugaydi deb so'ragan yo'q. Uchu ikki punktda yozilgan. Reader's role in constructing character identity. Constructing character identity. So you mean that it will be in different way to compare it with the author's constructing identity, right?
Okay, thank you. So, in the readers, previous studies treat analyzed characters in isolation.
The wings of dark degan asarni o'qigansiz, yozuvchi qanday uni beryapti, direktor foydalanadi va o'quvchi uni qanday qabul qiladi? Shuni
O'quvchi readers, readers as co-creator of meaning, interacts from and context in unfight analysis.
Any other questions? Okay, if not, then we will move to the reviewing part. Thank you so much. You can say. Sadulaeva Matluba Khrorovna and Kobilova Zavakhitinova. Thank you. The reviews, please.
Ikkinchi bosqich magistrant Safar va Dildora Qobilovna tomonidan magistr akademik darajasini olish uchun The Image of Identity in the Novel The Wings of Dove by Henry James mavzusida yozilgan magistrlik tadqiqot ishiga ichki taqriz. Ushbu tadqiqotning muhim jihatlaridan biri shundaki, u o'qitishda o'quvchining axloqiy mas'uliyatini ilgari suradi, interpretativ ko'nikmalarni oshiradi, shuningdek zamonaviy ommaviy axborot vositalarida sinf, jins va o'lim mavzularining badiiy talqini tahlil qilishga yordam beradi. Dissertatsiyada Henry Jamesning badiiy uslublari chuqur tahlil qilingan, uning psixologik realizm va markaziy ong texnikasi tafakkur va harakatni badiiy ifodalash vositasi sifatida ko'rsatilgan. Muallif Jamesning murakkab monologlari, metaforik tasvirlari orqali shaxsiyatning ichki va tashqi qirralarini qanday qurilishini aniq namoyish eta olgan. Ayniqsa gender va madaniy kontekstlarda ayol obrazlari orqali shaxsiyatning ziddiyatlari va ijtimoiy cheklovlari chuqur yoritilgan. Ammo shunga qaramay, mazkur ilmiy ishda quyidagi kamchiliklar aniqlandi. Tahlil ko'proq mavjud nazariyalar va matn tahliliga tayangan, lekin yangi yoki o'ziga xos nazariy fikrlar, original interpretatsiyalar kamroq. Masalan, gender rollari yoki o'lim anglashning zamonaviy ijtimoiy kontekstda qanday ta'sir qilishi haqida kengroq diskussiya bo'lsa maqsadga muvofiq bo'lar edi. Dissertatsiyada faqat The Wing of the Dove asaridagi shaxsiyat obraziga qaratilgan, lekin boshqa Henry James asarlari yoki boshqa mualliflar bilan solishtirilsa maqsadga muvofiq bo'lar edi. Ilmiy ishda ancha texnik va punktatsion xatolar mavjud, ularni tuzatish kerak. Shunga qaramay, mazkur tadqiqot ilmiy ish sifatida o'zining dolzarbligi, yangiligi hamda mavzuga oid nazariy va amaliy qarashlarni qamrab olishga harakat qilgan. Tadqiqot mavzusining dolzarbligi va uni o'rganish ilmiy amaliy jihatdan muhim ahamiyatga ekanligini inobatga olgan holda, ikkinchi bosqich magistrant Safar va Dildora Qobilovna o'z mutaxassisligi bo'yicha The Image of Identity in the Novel The Wings of Dove by Henry James mavzusida yozilgan dissertatsiyasi magistr akademik darajasini olishga munosib deb hisoblab ijobiy baholayman va uni himoyaga tavsiya etaman. Osiyo xalqaro universiteti Matluba Axrorovna Satulayeva hamda tashqi taqrizni o'qishga ruxsat bersangiz, dissertatsiyada ilgari surilgan asosiy g'oyalar tizimli va mazkur izchil yoritilgan. Tadqiqot o'zining ilmiy yangiligi, amaliy foydasi va estetik texnologiya sifatidagi identitet James sintaksisi ongni aks ettirmay, balki identitet aloqalarini faol tarzda quradi. Uchlik personaj matritsasi, ya'ni Catherine, Melli va Denser alohida psixologik portretlar emas, balki o'zlari ko'zgudagi triada sifatida yoritilgan. O'quv etikasi, identitet mashqi, noma'lum kasallik, oshkor qilinmagan xatlar va yakuniy betayin olmoshlardan hosil bo'lgan bo'shliqlar o'quvchining jinsi va axloqiy toifalarini amalda sinab ko'rishga undaydi. Ushbu tadqiqotning muhim jihatlaridan biri u o'qitishda o'quvchining axloqiy mas'uliyatini ilgari suradi. Mazkur ishning yutuqlari bilan bir qatorda quyidagi jihatlar e'tiborga olinishi lozim. Jumladan, ishda ba'zi joylarda imloviy va uslubiy xatolarga yo'l qo'yilgan, ishda havolalar keltirishda xatoliklar uchraydi, ishning boblari bo'yicha xulosa qismini qayta ko'rish, chiqish lozim. Ushbu tadqiqotda tahlil qamrovi keng, muhim nazariy xulosalarga esa amaliy jihatdan jiddiy yondashilgan. Tadqiqot mavzusining dolzarbligi va uni o'rganish ilmiy va amaliy jihatdan muhim ahamiyatga ega ekanligini inobatga olgan holda Safarova Dildora Qobilova o'z mutaxassisligi bo'yicha The Image of Identity in the Novel The Wings of Love by Henry James mavzusida yozilgan dissertatsiyasi magistr akademik darajasini olishga munosib deb hisoblab ijobiy baholayman va uni himoyaga tavsiya etaman. Buxoro davlat universiteti filologiya fanlari doktori Qobilova Aziza Bahodirova.
So the next speaker is Forova Xorijiy Ramazonovna, and her topic of discussion is image and classification of the figure of Amir Temur in Western literature. And the scientific supervisor is Gafara Zumra Zakarjonovna, the reviewers are Jalilova Zami Gorobidovna and Abdullaeva Nabia Idrisovna. You have 10 minutes to describe the main part of your work. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, dear professors and dear masters. I am Gafara Xorijiy Ramazonovna. My master's dissertation on the topic, image and classification of the figure of Amir Temur in Western literature. My research work consists of introduction, chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, and the list of used literature. Aim of the research object of the research, subject of the research. Chapter 3. Shows that Paul Tamerlane offers a deeply personal romantic portrayal of Amir Temur, focusing on lost love, regret, and inner conflict. Unlike Marlowe's grand public depiction of power and conquest, Paul's introspective style reflects 19th century American romanticism, while Marlowe's drama suits the theoretical texts of the Elizabethan era. This contrast highlights how the same historical figure can be reimagined to express different cultural values, external ambition in Marlowe, and inner sacrifice in Paul. Edgar Allan Poe's poem Tamerlane marks the starting point of his exploration into themes of loss, melancholy, and the struggle for self-identity, so less refined than his later works. The poem's emotional intensity prefigures the haunting lyrical quality found in classics like Annabel Lee and The Raven. The following lines exemplify poet's early fascination with grief and the power of memory motives that would come to define his nature, poetry, and prose. And she was gone, her name, her face, is even in me, a part of me. And her dear memory is the trace of my own self-identity. In these lines, the speaker's grief over a lost beloved anticipates the deep melancholy and fixation on the departed that will define much of Poe's later poetry and prose. In light of these continuities, many scholars regard Tamerlane as a foundational text that presages central motifs in poet's canon. Yo'q, o'sha po'ning biza po's. Comparative elements in Tamerlane, the Greek and Tamerlane. Element, historical historical factors. Marlowe's Tamerlane's Greek, late 16th century English Renaissance audience attended to grandiose public displays of power influenced by Elizabethan imperial aspirations. Post-Tamerlane, early 19th century American Romanticism audience driven to personal introspection and emotional expression influenced by emerging American literary identity. Character conception.
Okay, so you analyze it two great representative of English literature, Christopher Marlowe and Adabiyot. So tell us, it's just your opinion. So what kind, how Tamerlane is depicted in both poets? How Marlowe describes and how Poe describes.
Okay. Different periods reimagine his legacy, Marlowe portraying him as a powerful, ambitious conqueror, while Poe focused on his inner struggles and emotional loss.
Is it all? Okay. So she left some points to have some questions and answers, I think, and that's what she finished with. So the first question of mine, actually, when I think about the history, whether the history based on the reality or not, that's a very interesting question. What these two authors describe it, Amir Timur, whether they were relying reliable sources or not. What do you think? So what are the basis of their works? O'zbek tarjima qilib beraman. Tarixda, tarix haqida yozilgan kitoblarda umuman tarixiy shaxslar haqidagi fikrlar odatda real asosli manbalarga, ishonchli manbalarga qanchalik darajada asoslanganligi biz uchun qiziq bo'ladi. Xususan, O'rta Osiyodagi, masalan, Osiyo davlatidagi rahbarlar haqida g'arb tushunchasi, ikkita tushunchamiz bor, orientalizm va oksidentalizm. G'arbshunoslik va sharqshunoslik. Oksidentalizm bu odatda sharq haqida qanchalik darajada stereotipik bilimlar, fikrlar, faktlarni asoslab berganda, qanchalik darajada orientalizmni, mana o'sha sharqshunoslikning qanchalik darajada g'arbliklar tomonidan o'rganilishi to'g'ri degan tushunchalar bor hozir. Endi bu nazariyalarni balki bilmassiz. Men sizga aytmoqchi bo'lgan savolim shuki, Amir Temur haqida o'rganganingizda mana shu ikkita yozuvchilarimiz qanchalik darajada ishonchli manbalardan foydalangan deb o'ylaysiz?
O'sha asarlarni, ikkita asarni o'qiganimda nima taqqoslagan paytda nimada hayotiy haqiqatga uncha mos emas edi-da. Men masalan o'zimizni o'zbek nimalarni Amir Temur haqidagi manbalarni o'qib bilamiz-ku, yoshligimizdan bilib o'rganamiz, o'zimizda dars vaqtlarida o'rganganim bo'yicha, lekin bu asarda haqiqatdan ancha yiroqda bo'lganim uchun menimcha ular to'qima obraz.
Sorry. That's not an argument. Very sorry about it. Because the periods are changing, the ideas, stereotypical ideas about Amir Temur are also changing. Thank you. Now, any other questions, please?
My question will be as follows. Say, you took as an object the work by Edgar Allan Poe and Marlowe, right? Okay, what are the differences in the image and what kind of classifications have you done?
Classification?
Yeah. I guess this is the topic of your dissertation, image and classification. Right.
Can you go through your presentation? Some comparative elements.
Historical factors and character conception. Comparative elements.
Can you go back? Maybe you have something about classification.
You want her to find the read?
Yes.
Ana shu nimasida qilganman o'shuncha narsa bitta lekin to'liq kiritmaganman-da. Yo'q, faqat shu nimasini ozgina qismini kiritganman lekin.
Historical factor haqida.
Ha.
Image deganda nima tushunasiz?
Tasavvur.
Image.
Tasvir.
Xarakteri. Bir qanaqa tasvir ekan, ma'lum qanaqa tasvir. Qo'lda qanaqa tasvir. Klassifikatsiyasi haqida
Ma'lumotda tasvirlanishicha bunda o'sha kundor qat'iyatli, keyin faqat o'sha nimasi uchun harakat qiladi. Kundorlik uchun, g'alaba uchun bosib olish, tashqi qiyofasi keltirilgan ma'lumotda. To'g'rida esa ichki qiyofasi keltirilgan, ichki kechinmalari keltirilgan. Ichki nimasini adabayn degan nimasini sevgisi bo'ladimi? Tashlab hukmdorlik uchun bo'ladi va o'sha uchun pushaymon yeydi. Undan ko'ra tasviri ham ikki xil qarama-qarshi bo'ladi. Yaxshi, xarakteri ma'lumotda nima? Shafqatsiz tasvirlangan ma'lumotda, to'g'rida esa ichki kechinmalar bilan o'z-o'zi bilan nima bo'lgan g'amgin qiyofada tasvirlangan.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now you can stay, and the reviewers are Jalilova Zanigova-Obidovna and Abdullaeva Nadia Idris.
Ikkinchi bosqich magistranti G'afur va Elshoda Ramazonova tomonidan magistr akademik darajasini olish uchun Image and Classification of the Figure of Amir Temur in Western Literature mavzusida yozilgan magistrlik tadqiqot ishiga ichki taqriz. Tadqiqot bir butunlik va yaxlitlikka ega. U tuzilishiga ko'ra kirish, 3 asosiy bob, xulosa va foydalanilgan metodlar ro'yxatidan tarkib topgan. Boblar esa o'z o'rnida fasllarga bo'lingan. Tadqiqotchining dissertatsiya ishidagi asosiy mulohazalar 3 ta bobda ochib berilgan. Undagi tasnif xulosalar keng qamrovli materiallar va oldingi ilmishlarga tayanib bajarilgan. Tadqiqotchi ishda tarixiy, adabiy taqqoslash metodlaridan foydalanib tadqiqot yuritgan. Ishning birinchi bobida tarixiy shaxslar obrazini adabiy manbalarda o'rganishning ilmiy metodologik asoslari shakllantirilgan. Ikkinchi bobda Kristofer Marlo ijodida Amir Temur obrazining qanday usullarda namoyon bo'lgani haqida chuqur ma'lumot berilgan. Uchinchi bobda Edgar Allan Poening ijodida Amir Temur obrazi va uning shaxsiyati haqidagi qarashlar tahlil qilingan. Tadqiqotda quyidagi kamchiliklar ko'zga tashlanadi. Jumladan, ishning ayrim sahifalarida imloviy xatoliklar, ba'zi fikrlar aynan qaysi manba asosida berilganligi yoritilmagan. Yuqorida keltirilgan kamchiliklarga qaramasdan mazkur tadqiqot ishi o'ziga xos qator ijobiy jihatlarga ega. Unda mavzuga aloqador qator ilmiy manbalarni yaxshilab o'rganib, fikr mulohazalarini umumlashtirishga harakat qilingan. Shularni inobatga olgan holda ikkinchi bosqich magistranti G'afur va Elshoda Ramazonova o'z mutaxassisligi bo'yicha English and Classification of the Figure of Amir Temur in Western Literature mavzusida yozilgan dissertatsiyasi magistr akademik darajasini olishga munosib deb hisoblab, ijobiy baholayman va uni himoyaga tavsiya etaman. Osiyo xalqaro universiteti professori Jalilova Zanigova-Obidovna tashqi taqriz. Tadqiqotning kirish qismida ma'lumotlar aniq yoritilgan. Tadqiqot mavzusining o'rganilganlik darajasi bo'yicha xorijiy xorijiy va yurt o'zi olimlarining adabiyotlar sharhi amalga oshirilgan. Tadqiqotning maqsad vazifalari, obyekti va predmeti aniqlangan. Tadqiqotda foydalanilgan metodlar ko'rsatilgan. Tadqiqotning ilmiy yangiligi, amaliy nazariy ahamiyati bayon qilingan va olingan natijalar bo'yicha ma'lumot keltirilgan. Tadqiqotchi ishda tarixiy, adabiy taqqoslash metodlaridan foydalanib tadqiqotni yuritgan. Mazkur ishdagi yutuqlar qatorida ayrim kamchiliklar ham kuzatiladi. Ushbu kamchiliklar garchi tadqiqotning umumiy saviyasiga putur yetkazmasa-da, ularni tuzatish va e'tibordan chetda qoldirilmasligi kerak. Jumladan, ishning ayrim sahifalarida imloviy xatolar kuzatiladi. Ba'zi fikrlar aynan qaysi manbaga asoslanganligi berilmagan. Ishda texnik kamchiliklar ko'zga tashlanadi. Yuqorida keltirilgan kamchiliklarga qaramasdan, mazkur tadqiqot ishi o'ziga xos qator ijobiy jihatlarga ega. Tadqiqotchi mavzuni yoritishda ancha mehnat qilganligi yaqqol namoyon. Shularni inobatga olgan holda G'afur va Irshoda Ramazonova o'z mutaxassisligi bo'yicha Image and Classification of the Figure of Amir Temur Investor Literature mavzusidagi magistr akademik darajasini olish uchun yozilgan dissertatsiyasi mustaqil ravishda olib borilgan. Muallif akademik darajani olish uchun loyiq hisoblanadi va dissertatsiyani ijobiy baholab, uni himoyaga tavsiya etaman. Buxoro tabiiy resurslarni boshqarish instituti ijtimoiy gumanitar fanlar, xorijiy tillar va jismoniy madaniyat kafedrasi dotsenti Abdullayeva Nabiya Idrisovna. Rahmat.
And now we will have 5-minute break time, and after 5 minutes we will meet with you, okay? And there are 5 students who will present their works. Thank you. master's student Yusuf Vazilola Sunatullah will present the description of heroes using artistic psychology, in English and Uzbek literature, on the example of Abdullah Sarov and Virginia Woolf's To the Lighthouse, and the scientific supervisor is Shirin Vanilkar Jabarovna, reviewers are Abdullah Ivan Nabiya Idrisovna and Kayla Ivan Odranimatulayevna. As mentioned above, you will have only 10 minutes to talk the main part of your work. Thank you.
Good afternoon, dear teachers and dear students. In my research work, a description of heroes of characters in my research work, chapter 2 and 3 are the main parts. Chapter 2 provides an in-depth psychological analysis of the main characters in both novels individually. Main characters of Sarov and To the Lighthouse. Saidi is an idealistic intellectual caught between trust and a corrupt system. His moral clarity and unyielding honestly isolate him within a society that rejects uncomfortable trust, portraying him as both a visionary and a tragic figure. Munis Khan is a symbol of modernity and emancipation crushed by societal ignorance. She embodies progressive ideals and the desire for freedom, but is ultimately defeated by the oppressive weight of patriarchal norms and cultural stagnation. Main characters of To the Lighthouse are Mr. Ramsey and Mrs. Ramsey. Mr. Ramsey is a rational yet emotionally insecure philosopher seeking validation. He represents intellectual authority, yet his constant need for reassurance reveals the emotion vulnerability masked by his academic persona. And Mrs. Ramsey is the angel in the house, a nurturing but self-effacing woman. She sustains domestic harmony through self-sacrifice, embodying Victorian femininity, yet her silence hints at suppressed individuality. And a key feature of characterization, interior monologue, deep focalization, inner thoughts, expose fragmented identities. Saidi so'nggi paytlarda ko'p jim yuradi, u odamlar bilan ko'rishardi, suhbatlashardi, lekin ich-ichidan yolg'iz edi. Uning ko'z o'ngida jamiyatning qiyofasi tobora o'zgarib borardi. Haqiqat gapirganlar uni siqib chiqarardi, yolg'onchilar esa mansab va maqtovga ega bo'lardi. Saidi bu manzarani kuzatar, anglar edi, ammo bunga ko'nika olmasdi. Saidi increasingly withdrawing into silence. Outwardly, he continues to interact with people, but inwardly, he feels completely isolated. This reflects the deepening emotional and psychological divide between his belief in justice and trust, and the corrupt, hypocritical society he observes. He sees that those who speak honestly are silenced or punished, while leaders and opportunities are praised and promoted. Dreams and memory sequences. blend of reality and illusion, insight into suppressing desire. Saidi o'zini shu darajada muvaffaqiyatli deb tasavvur qilganki, atrofdagilar unga havas bilan qarardi. Biroq bu tush endi uning uyg'onish lahzasida qanchalik yolg'on ekanini fosh qilar edi. The hopelessness of reality finds its expression through the realm of dreams. Symbolism, sorrow, is a metaphor for unfulfilled ideals and societal deception.
Not symbolism. Symbolism.
Symbolism. Har bir so'z uni yanada charchatardi, har bir intizor qarash yuragini siqardi. Va kechqurunlar sokinlikka burkansa, uning jimligi nafaqat tashqi sovuqlik, balki ich-ichidan cho'kayotgan ruhining panohiga aylanardi. Qanchalik o'tmishda tiralgan orzular endi sarob deb bezovta qilardi. This passage clearly conveys the symbolic meaning of the mirage in sorrow, representing unfulfilled dreams and a reality imposed from outside rather than shaped by one's own will. Modernist techniques are stream of consciousness and capture natural mentals. Time-filledness, time passes, collects, descent into fleeting imagery, echoing memories, non-linearity. Time passes, the house is silent, empty rooms, dust, covered shelves, broken glaze. The one still certain with a mournful rhythm. No one is present, only stillness remains. Psychological realism aim whose characters don't act, they feel, perceive, and remember. Their worlds are shaped more by emotions than by event. Symbolism. Lighthouse is...
Stop reading, please.
Lighthouse is stability and idealism. For example, yes, she thought laying down her brush in extreme fatigue. I have had my vision. The lighthouse symbolizes this an ideal or a fixed point of meaning. And sea is change, unconscious mind. For example, the sea without a stain on it, spread wide and blue, and beyond it the lighthouse. The sea is fluid and ever-changing, symbolizing the unconscious mind and emotional depths. And window is a boundary between inner and outer life. For example, she looked out of the window. It was a beautiful day. The window serves as a symbolic threshold between the inner world of thought and the outer world of social roles and appearances. Chapter 3, comparative analysis. Sarab and To the Lighthouse. Both characters, Saidi of Sarab and Mr. Ramsey of To the Lighthouse, are deeply reflective, intellectual men, burdened by inner turmoil and existential doubt. Narrative techniques. Both authors use stream of consciousness to reveal fragmented inner thoughts and spiritual disillusionment. Supporting women characters. Munis Khan is quiet, grounded, emotionally resilient, moral and sure for Saidi. And Lily Briscoe is independent artist, resists patriarchy through creative vision and persistence. And cultural and historical settings. In Sarok, Soviet era Uzbekistan, shaped
Okay,
by...
can you conclude because it's already time? You should speak in 10 minutes.
Conclusion is both Sarok and Tuzlite House exemplify psychological realism, delving deep into the inner lives of their characters. Kahar employs a traditional narrative style, yet he interestingly views the protagonist's internal conflicts, reflecting the societal pressures and personal dilemmas.
Okay, thank you. Now it's time for questions and answers.
Thank you.
My question is, you talked about stream of consciousness. So what's stream of consciousness in literature?
Its technique
Yes.
Bu adabiyotdagi modernizmda ishlatiladigan texnikalardan biri. Demak, bunda Virginia Woolf asarlari modernizmdagi asarlar bo'lib, bunda ong oqimiga tegishli, tafakkurga tegishli asarlarda qo'llaniladigan texnika uslub hisoblanadi.
Flow of the minds, yes?
Yes.
Okay. How it is depicted in modernism? You never think of the sequence. While your mind is working, you cannot be here, you can be somewhere else. Now the question is, where is the Lola now? Can she be here or just somewhere else? Because you cannot control your minds, yes? This is what Virginia Woolf also shows us. How the minds of characters are flowing. They never think in sequence. That's the case. And they can go to the past whenever they are living in the present and think of the future. This is the mixture of past, present, and future. Thank you. Now, another questions, please. If you have, yes.
What was the main aim, central aim of the work, and did you reach the results?
The aim of this research is to analyze and compare to manifestation of literary psychologism in the novels of Abla Kahar and Virginia Woolf. Yes. Highlighting how each author in contrast, Woolf revolutionized narrative forms through her use of stream of consciousness and
capturing the fluidity of thought and the complexity of human consciousness. Characters like Mrs. Ramsey and Lily Briscoe are portrayed with profound psychological depths, their thoughts and emotions presented in a non-linear fashion that mirror the working of the human mind. This technique allows readers to maqsad ikkala asarni analiz qilish va qiyoslash. Asar qahramon.
Okay. Thank you. Now you can take your place. And the reviewers are Abdullah ibn Abi Idris and Haybullah ibn Madrani Matullah. Can we ask you to read them?
Osiyo Xalqaro Universiteti Ijtimoiy fanlar va texnika fakulteti Tarix va filologiya kafedrasi 701-11-801 Xorijiy til va adabiyoti mutaxassisligi magistranti Yusupova Zilola Sunatullo qizining The Description of Heroes Using Artistic Psychologism in English and Uzbek Literature on the Example of Kahar Sarov and Virginia Woolf's To the Lighthouse nomli magistrlik dissertatsiyasiga berilgan ichki taqriz. Dissertatsiya ishining dastlabki bobi romanlarga umumiy xususiyat deb nomlanadi. Ushbu bobda muallif Abdulla Qahhor va Virginia Woolfning hayoti va faoliyatini batafsil o'rganib, uning ilm fanga qo'shgan hissasini yoritadi. Ularning Sarob va Mayoqli uy asarlari asrlar davomida adabiyotning asosiy manbalaridan biri bo'lib xizmat qilgan. Muallif shuningdek ushbu bob dissertatsiyaning keyingi bo'limlarida olib borilayotgan tahlillari uchun mustahkam asos yaratadi. Ishning ikkinchi bobi Abdulla Qahhorning Sarob va Virginia Woolfning Mayoqli uy tomon asarlari xususiyatlarining ta'rifi va tahlili deb atalgan bo'lib, bu bobda muallif Abdulla Qahhorning Sarob romanidan Munisxon, Saidi, Abbosxon obrazlarini tahlil qiladi. Ishning so'nggi bobi esa Abdulla Qahhorning Sarob va Virginia Woolfning Mayoqli uy tomon asarlarining qiyosiy tahlili deb nomlangan bo'lib, ushbu bobda ikki romanning bir-biriga o'xshash va farqli tomonlarini solishtiradi. Muallif shuningdek badiiy asarlarda tarixiy shaxslarning talqini masalasini ham ko'rib chiqadi. Magistrlik dissertatsiyasini o'qib tahlil qilish jarayonida quyidagi keltirilgan ijobiy fikrlar bilan birga ishda ayrim taklif, tavsiya va kamchiliklar kuzatiladi. Ushbu mavzuda Friedrich Schiller, Lev Tolstoy, Henry James, Virginia Woolf va Chingiz Aytmatovning psixologik tasvir haqidagi qarashlari keltirilsa, tadqiqot yanada ilmiy asosga ega bo'lardi. Ishda keltirilgan havolalarni tartibga solish kerak, texnik, mexanik, tinish, imloviy xatoliklar tuzatish kerak, ya'ni 28, 79, 93 betlarda. Yuqorida keltirilgan kamchiliklarning bartaraf etilishi ishning ilmiy qiymatini yanada oshirishga xizmat qiladi. Xulosa qilib aytganda, Yusupova Zilola Sunatullo qizining ingliz va o'zbek adabiyotida badiiy psixologizmlar yordamida qahramonlar obrazi tasviri The Description of Heroes Using Artistic Psychologism in English and Uzbek Literature on the Example of Kahar Sarov and Virginia Woolf's To the Lighthouse mavzudagi ishi magistrlik akademik darajasi olishga loyiq deb hisoblayman. Taqrizchi Osiyo Xalqaro Universiteti filologiya fanlari falsafa doktori PhD Abdullayeva Nabiya Idrisova. Magistrant Yusupova Zilola Sunatullo qizining dissertatsiyasiga berilgan tashqi taqriz. Ishning birinchi bobida Abdulla Qahhorning Sarob romani asosiy qahramonlari va ularning psixologik murakkabligi, Virginia Woolfning Mayoqli uy tomon asarining asosiy mazmuni va xususiyatlari o'rganilgan. Ishning ikkinchi bobida Abdulla Qahhor va Virginia Woolf roman janri namoyandasi sifatida tanishtirilgan. Ularning sarob va mayoqli uy tomon asarlarda tasvirlangan badiiy psixologik vositalar chuqur o'rganilgan hamda ushbu vositalarning asar ta'sirchanligini oshirishdagi usullari tahlil qilingan. 3-bob asosan ishning amaliy bajarilgan natijalarini ko'rsatadi va bunda asarlarda qo'llanilgan badiiy psixologik vositalar misollar bilan keltirilgan. Yusupova Zilova Sunatullo qizi ushbu magistrlik dissertatsiya ishini yozishga va berilgan vazifalarni to'liq bajarishga talabchanlik bilan harakat qilgan. Bir qator adabiyotshunos olimlar tadqiqotchilarning ishlaridan foydalangan holda ishni yozib tugatgan. Ish o'z maqsadiga erishgan va mavzu aniq yoritib berilgan. Magistrlik dissertatsiyasini o'qib tahlil qilish jarayonida yuqorida keltirilgan ijobiy fikrlar bilan birga ishda ayrim taklif, tavsiya va kamchiliklar kuzatiladi. Birinchisi, ikkala asar yozilgan ijtimoiy muhit, davr va estetik tamoyillarni qisqacha solishtirish foydali bo'ladi. Ikkinchisi, ishda keltirilgan takror jumlalarni oldini olish kerak. Va uchinchisi, texnik, mexanik, tinish, imloviy xatoliklarni oldini olish kerak. Ya'ni 23, 34, 45 va 70 betlar. Magistrlik dissertatsiyasiga qo'yilgan muammo, uning yechimi, mavzudorligi, tuzilishi va hajm jihatidan talabga javob beradi. Xulosa qilib aytganda, Yusupova Zilovaning The Description of Heroes Using Artistic Psychologism in English and Uzbek Literature on the Example of Kahar Sarov and Virginia Woolf's To the Lighthouse mavzusidagi dissertatsiya ishi yakunlangan ish sifatida magistr akademik darajasini olishga loyiq deb hisoblayman. Tahlilchi, filologiya fanlari falsafa doktori, PhD Xayrullayeva Nodira Ne'matullayeva, Buxoro davlat universiteti. Rahmat.
And now, the next speaker is Rahim Saminovna, with the dissertation topic Problem of Intertextuality in Eugenia Neil's works. And the scientific supervisor is Xorijiy Nafsa Zarifovna, the reviewers are Jalilova Zaligorodovna and Holikova Nigora. Nozima Nematullayevna, I think. Okay. You have 10 minutes. Thank you. Good afternoon, dear professors and guests. Sorry. Good afternoon, dear professors and guests. I want to thank you to give me the opportunity to present my master's thesis. My book is Problems of Intertextuality in Eugene O'Neill's works. My research focuses on how O'Neill uses references to the text, means, and cultural symbols to create deeper meanings in the drama. The main goal is to show the intertextuality in the plays of Eugene O'Neill dramas. The study uses many important ideas, and the main idea of intertextuality is belongs to Julia Kristeva. In 1916, she gave this idea. Janus transtextuality adds to these ideas from Aristotle and Aeschylus help understand Greek tragedy. Shakespeare gives us models for character flows and soliloquies. And the main part of my research work is that to show to analyze the works between analyzes the places of Eugene O'Neill's. I choose three plays of Eugene O'Neill's to analyze them between each other, and I use 4 and 5 types of methods in my research work. The first method, textual analysis. During the philological language analysis helps me to explain how O'Neill wrote his plays and how Greek tragedy and the Bible and Shakespeare influenced him. Second method is comparative. compare O'Neill's plays with Greek tragedies, biblical stories, and Shakespeare's plays to find similarities and differences. For example, in Morning Becomes Electra, the Lavinia Manon said, I must carry out justice, mother will pay for father's death. Here, Lavinia is like Electra from Greek tragedy. She wants to revenge for her father, and like in Greek tragedy, where Lavinia runs for her father too. We compare here two similarities between two plays. The third structural analysis. We look at how the plays are built, for example, a trilogy or short scenes. The play of Eugene O'Neill has three parts. The play Morning Becomes Electra has three parts, like a Greek tragedy of Aeschylus or Astea. The first homecoming, the second haunting, and the haunted. Just like Aeschylus trilogy, Agamemnon, the second the libation bearers, and the Eumenides. The fourth psychoanalytic method. We use ideas from Sigmund Freud to understand the character's feelings, fears, and inner thoughts. For example, Nina's inner monologue. I love him, but I must not. No, I will stay strong. Here I studied that Eugene O'Neill wants to show us Nina's inner conflicts with herself, her deeper designs and her deeper conflicts, suffering. And the last antitextual analysis. In antitextual analysis, we study how O'Neill uses or changes ideas from old texts, myths, Bible, Shakespeare plays, in his own plays. For example, Christian says to Lavinia in his plays Morning Becomes Electra, you've always loved him more than me. You've not his daughter, you are mine. This means her father. Intertextual meaning in this play, the scene echoes the ancient Greek tragedy or Astea by Aeschylus. Christian mother likes Clytemnestra, and Lavinia's daughter is like Electra. Both daughters side with her dead fathers and wants revenge for their fathers. But Eugene O'Neill wants to show us the deep meaning of pain, of guilt in modern way, because such kind of problems we can meet in many families nowadays. The novelty of my research work is that before Eugene O'Neill, the other scholars study his dramas separately, he's using Greek tragedies, myths, or Bible separately. But I tried to study all the different types mixed all together in one place. This is a novelty because there is the psychology, Greek tragedies. This all is structures of the structures of plays, comparisons, textual forming, all are in one research work. Thank you, that's all. Thank you. And now it's time for questions and answers. I'd like to start it. So you talked about intertextuality, which is becoming famous. My question is, what types of intertextuality do you know? You didn't talk about like what's intertextuality itself and what ways are there, please.
Types of intersexual links codes, allusions, references, parodies, and pastiche. This system is studied by Janet. Direct quotes from the text it is direct words from other authors, including in the play. For example, from the play Strange Interlude, monologue, God, what's thinking a woman commit in her heart that is so black? Explanation. This uses biblical words like sin and black heart. It sounds like lines from old religious texts. And this is a direct quote style that connects to Christian morality. Allusions is an indirect reference. For example, where the Emperor Jones said, "I am the emperor," he cries, "I am the emperor, I run this country." In explanations, we see that Jones acts like Macbeth of Shakespeare, who also becomes king by force. This is an allusion to Shakespeare's Macbeth. It hints at Macbeth's fall from power and pride. And there is parodies and pastiche. Parodies is the instrumental element is using by humor, but pastiche is a parody too, but without humor.
Thank you. Yeah. Any other questions? Okay. Yeah, it's understandable. Thank you so much. Now you can take your seat, and the reviewers are Jalilova Zarnigor Obidovna and Kholikova Nusmat Imatullayevna. We will ask Umrado Khojomna to read these reviews. Thank you.
Xorijiy til va adabiyot mutaxassisligi magistranti Rahimova Mehriniso Aminovnaning Problem of Intertextuality in Eugene O'Neill's Works mavzusidagi magistrlik dissertatsiyasiga berilgan ichki taqriz. Zamonaviy adabiy jarayonda intertekstual metodning qo'llanilishi tobora kengayib, badiiy asarlardagi turli manbalar va matnlar o'zaro aloqasini chuqurroq aniqlash zarurati kuchayib bormoqda. Ayniqsa 20-asr Amerika dramaturgiyasining yorqin namoyandasi Eugene O'Neill ijodi ana shu uslubda o'rganilishi lozim bo'lgan muhim adabiy hodisalardan biridir. Tadqiqot doirasida olingan ilmiy xulosalar O'Neill pyesalarining mavzu doirasini yanada kengaytirib, uning ijodiy metodologiyasi, ma'naviy estetik qarashlari va ijodiy manbalari bo'yicha puxta tasavvur hosil qilishga yordam berishi bilan ahamiyatlidir. Tadqiqotda 20-asr Amerika dramaturgiyasining yirik namoyandasi bo'lmish Eugene O'Neill asarlarida namoyon bo'ladigan intertekstual unsurlarni har taraflama ochib berish, shu orqali dramaturg ijodining poetik xususiyatlarini yangicha rakursda o'rganish masalalari yoritilgan. Mavzu dolzarbligi bir tomondan O'Neill asarlarining jahon adabiy merosidagi ahamiyatidan, ikkinchi tomondan zamonaviy adabiyotshunoslik va matnshunoslikdagi intertekstual tahlil uslubining rivojlanib borayotganidan dalolat beradi. Garchi tadqiqot ilmiy ahamiyatga ega bo'lsa-da, ayrim jihatlar takomillashtirilishi lozim. Birinchidan, manbalar ko'lamining cheklanganligi. Intertekstual tahlil shu qadar keng ilmiy maydonni talab qiladiki, ba'zi bo'limlarda 10 yil asarlarining tarixiy va falsafiy manbalari haqidagi dalillarni yanada boyitish, turli adabiy tarixiy manbalarga murojaat qilish maqsadga muvofiq bo'ladi. Ikkinchidan, qiyosiy tadqiqot yetarli emas. 10 yil pyesalari intertekstual unsurlar orqali boshqa zamonaviy yoki klassik dramaturgik asarlar bilan qiyosan tahlil qilinganda yanada puxta ilmiy xulosa qilish imkonini beradi. Umuman olganda, Problem of Intertextuality Eugene O'Neill's Works mavzusidagi mazkur magistrlik dissertatsiyasi mavzuning ahamiyati va ilmiy salohiyati bilan ajralib turadi. Tadqiqotchi Rahima Mehrinisainovna Eugene O'Neill ijodining intertekstual poetikasini o'rganish orqali dramaturgning badiiy mahorati, ijodiy ilg'or g'oyalari hamda turli manbalardan ilhomlanish xususiyatlari borasida yangi xulosalarga kelgan. Tadqiqot natijalari xorijiy filologiya va adabiyotni o'rganish sohasida muhim manba sifatida foydalanishga munosib. Yuqorida qayd etilgan ayrim kamchiliklar umumiy ilmiy qiymatni kamaytirmaydi. Mazkur dissertatsiya magistr ilmiy darajasini berish uchun to'la tavsiya etiladi. Osiyo xalqaro universiteti professori vazifasini bajaruvchi Jalilova Zarnigor Obidovna. 701-11801 xorijiy til va adabiyot mutaxassisligi magistranti Rahima Mehriniso Aminovnaning Problem of Intertextuality in Eugene O'Neill's Works mavzusidagi magistrlik dissertatsiyasiga berilgan tashqi taqriz. Bugungi kunda jahon adabiyotshunosligi va matnshunosligida intertekstual fenomenni tadqiq etish, xususan badiiy asarlarda turli adabiy, tarixiy, mifologik hamda madaniy manbalar o'rtasidagi o'zaro bog'liqlik va ta'sirchanlikni aniqlash dolzarb masalalardan biriga aylangan. Shu bois ushbu magistrlik dissertatsiyasida O'Neill pyesalarining intertekstual qirralarini har tomonlama tahlil qilish, ularning poetik tizimi, ideya g'oyaviy tamoyillari hamda uslubiy o'ziga xosliklarini yoritish dissertatsiyaning dolzarbligini belgilaydi. Ushbu taqriz Rahima Mehrinisainovna tomonidan yozilgan magistrlik dissertatsiyasining mazmuni, uning ilmiy nazariy asoslari va amaliy ahamiyatini baholashga qaratilgan. Intertekstual tahlil orqali O'Neillning ijodiy merosini atroflicha tushunish, dramaturgning badiiy mahorati va ijodiy metodi haqida keng qamrovli tasavvur hosil qilish mumkinligi e'tirof etiladi. Tadqiqot natijalarining nazariy va amaliy ahamiyati qayd qilinadi. Mazkur dissertatsiya ilmiy ahamiyatga ega bo'lsa-da, quyidagi jihatlar e'tiborga olinishi lozim. Birinchidan, tadqiqot metodologiyasini bir xil uslubda qo'llashdagi muammolar. Ba'zi bo'limlarda intertekstual tahlil qat'iy nazariy me'yorlar asosida o'tkazilgan bo'lsa, ayrim bo'limlarda uslub bir muncha erkin kechadi. Bu esa izchil ilmiy tadqiqot shakllanishiga ozgina putur yetkazishi mumkin. Ikkinchidan, lingvistik jihatlarning yetarlicha tahlil qilinmaganligi. O'Neill asarlarida so'z tanlovi, uslub va tilning badiiy ekspressiv imkoniyatlari ham muhim o'rin tutadi. Shu bois intertekstual xususiyatlar bilan bir qatorda til masalalari bo'yicha chuqurroq analiz berish maqsadiga muvofiq bo'lardi. Ushbu magistrlik dissertatsiyasi mavzuning dolzarbligi, nazariy hamda amaliy ahamiyati bilan e'tiborga molikdir. Yuqorida qayd etilgan ayrim takliflar ishning qiymatiga ta'sir qilmaydi. Dissertatsiya magistrlik darajasi talablari va mezonlariga to'la javob beradi. Mazkur ish Rahima Mehrinisainovnaga 701-11801 xorijiy til va adabiyot ingliz tili mutaxassisligi bo'yicha magistr ilmiy darajasini berish uchun tavsiya etiladi. Taqrizchi filologiya fanlari falsafa doktori PhD professor Xoliqova.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Isomova Umida Rozikovna. And her dissertation topic is gender characteristics in the novels of scholar writers Xorijiy and Leo Tolstoy's Anna Karenina. Scientific supervisor is Xorijiy Nafsazayevna. Reviewers are Abdullah Adabiyot and Sharofova Shakla Kapranovna. As usual, you have 10 minutes to present. Here you should speak only the main part of your dissertation. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Isombo Midarasakarna. My scientific work name is Gender Characteristics in the Novels of Theodor Dreiser's Sister Carrie and Lev Tolstoy's Anna Karenina. To compare how both two novels show the limitation and opportunities for women in 19th century America and Russia. To examine how the female characters Carrie Weber and Anna Karenina try to gain independence within a restrictive society. To analyze the narrative techniques used by each author to depict women's psychological and social struggles. To explore how social class influences gender roles and personal freedom. To evaluate how these works support or challenge the gender ideologies of their time. My main parts describe two quote passage. A woman under the social code is supposed to be content with her lot. If she has failed in one direction, she must not seek another. If she has made a mistake, she must abide by it. But a man may change, may seek new fortunes, may even forget that he has a wife and still be honored. This quote passage from Sister Carrie by Theodor Dreiser. Next passage shows the double standard that exists in early 20th century society. Dreiser criticizes how women are expected to remain passive, accept their situation, and never break social rules. If a woman fails or makes mistakes, she is punished by society. Yes, yeah. I compare two novels. That's why I read quote a passage. While a man who does the same is often praised or forgiven. This example highlights how limited women's freedom was and how men had more option in both life and love. And next passage from Anna Karenina by Lev Tolstoy. All the variety, all the charm, all the beauty of life is a made up of light and shadow, and it's only one condition that allows us to understand and appreciate it, that we should not be afraid of making mistakes, but woman who errs as Anna did finds no mercy, no forgiveness. Tolstoy here presents a powerful idea. Life is complex and full of mistakes. However, he shows that only men are allowed to make mistakes without being destroyed by them. Unlike men, women like Anna are severely judged and isolated for stepping outside social norms. Both of these examples demonstrate how the female experience is shaped by inequality, and both also reflect this reality through their narrative. Chapter 3, comparative analysis, contrasting portrayals of gender and agency of these novels. I give a table and compare two characters. First one, Sister Carrie, and second one, Anna Karenina. Time. Setting late 19th century, urban America, Sister Carrie, and she is a working class girl. And Anna Karenina, a noble woman, conflict desire for independence with society morality, love with duty and public judgment. Narrative style realist, social critic, psychological realism, emotional depth, societal role of woman. Limited to domestic moral ideals, strict moral code, no forgiveness for error. Next table, setting symbolism and gender symbolism, and gender constraints in Sister Carrie and Anna Karenina. Next, through these motifs, both authors embed commentary on these constraints and possibilities of female roles. Dreiser theatre can be read as a microcosm of consumer-driven modernity that offers women like Carrie a modicum of a social freedom if they can adapt to the commodification of talent and appearance, while it challenged the notion that a woman must remain confined to the domestic sphere. It also reproduces exploitative structure that judge a woman by her performance value. Tolstoy's traits serve as a moral and existential signifier, warning of the tragic consequences that await a woman who defies practical patriarchal marriage codes in a tightly bound society. The repeated emphasis on traits invests Anna's story with a sense of inevitability. Yet it also critiques the rigidity of the social system that drives her to such an end. This layered symbolism draws attention to the limitation placed and aristocratic vibes. They may read the train of society, but stepping off the prescribed track spells catastrophe. Both authors leverage social critique to divert readers' attention toward gender inequalities. Dreiser uses the cityscape and consumer culture.
Excuse me.
Question.
You're reading a lot. Please just tell us the main idea. If you don't, you can go to the conclusion. Then, while we ask questions, you'll answer them, please. Conclude.
Okay. Excuse me. Both Sister Carrie and Anna Karenina explore the complexities of gender in ways that reflect the moral and social struggles faced by women during the time periods they depict. In Sister Carrie, Dreiser presents a modern woman's attempt to carve out a place for herself in a changing society. Society. The gender dynamics in both novels highlight the oppressive constraints placed on women the varying degrees of agency they can wield and the devastating impact of social judgment on their societal, yes, societal judgment on their lives. Excuse me, my first language is French, that's why my pronunciation. Yeah, first language is French.
French?
Yeah.
Speak French then. Yeah, it's okay.
It's time for questions and answers. Nozimana Japoyuma, please just no one to ask the question.
Could you please tell me how do you define gender characteristics in the context of literature analysis? Literary analysis.
Carrie becomes more independent in a modern city with job and theater chances. Anna wants love, but Russian society doesn't give her freedom.
Do you understand the question?
Explain, please.
Gender characteristics in the context of literary analysis
Bu olsa ikkita asarda bosh qahramonlarning genderlik xususiyatini ifodalaganman. Gender role of women in society and in family. In Russia, women were still controlled by men and had very few rights. In 19th century America, some women began to get small legal and work rights.
And I have a question about you talked a lot about gender characteristics. Do you mean that you think that only female characters make a sense in gender characteristics? Because in your speech you mostly mentioned about like female characters, yes. And how about gender equality and gender identity in both works?
Gender equality is female and male roles in society. And next, please repeat one more.
Gender identity.
Gender identity. Gender identity. Main characters.
You talked a lot about societal norms. Yeah, how the societal identity or personal identity worked out well in these both words. İnsan özlüğünü anlaş.
ikkita asarda bir xil vaziyatda, bir xil davrda bo'lsa ham ikkita asar
Hozir ijtimoiy hodisalar haqida gapirdingiz, ijtimoiy o'zlik haqida gapirdingiz. Jamiyatda qanday ularning, insonlarning, o'sha siz tanlagan qahramonlarning o'rni, umuman o'sha jamiyatning ulardan kutuvlari qanaqa ekanligi haqida gapirdingiz. Ancha tushunmadim ma'lumotlarni. Fakat ayol qahramonlar tanladingizmi hozir?
Faqat
Erkaklarnimi?
Yo'q. Faqat ayol.
Unda faqat female demadingizlar. Gender characteristics-ku. Ayollarni mana shu.
Ayollar orqali ko'rsatiladi.
Mayli, o'sha ayollarning gender xususiyatlari nimalar? Nimalarda ko'rindi?
Jamiyatdagi o'rni, o'sha keyin qonuniy haq-huquqlari, keyin oilada ular faqat nima? Ayol kishi oilada faqat oilaviy ishlar qilish kerak va qonuniy haq-huquqlari nima? His qilganida asarda, Anna Karenina asarida.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, thank you. You can take your seat. And now the reviewing part, Abdullaeva Nabiya Idrisovna and Sharopova Shatlok Akramovna.
Ikkinchi bosqich magistrantida Isonova Umida Roziqovna Gender Characteristic in the Novels of Theodor Dreiser, Sister Carrie and Lev Tolstoy Anna Karenina nomli magistrlik dissertatsiyasiga berilgan ichki taqriz. Ishning birinchi bobida AQShda ayollar asosan uy bekasi, ona va itoatkor turmush o'rtog'i sifatida ko'rilgan. Erkaklar esa iqtisodiy, siyosiy va ijtimoiy hayotda ustun mavqega ega bo'lganligi yoritilgan. Rossiyada esa ayollar cherkov tsar tizimi tomonidan belgilangan an'anaviy qadriyatlar, itoatkorlik, poklik va oilaparvarlik asosida baholangan. Shunga qaramay davr oxirida kelib, liberallik, erkak va ayol tengligi g'oyalari kuchayib, har ikki jamiyatda ham gender tengsizliklarga qarshi kurashish ehtiyoji yuzaga chiqqanligi tahlil qilingan. Uchinchi bobda Dreiser ayolni jamiyatda faol harakat qiluvchi shaxs sifatida tasvirlasa, Tolstoy ayol agentligini jamiyat qoidalariga zid holatda fojiali tarzda tasvirlashi aytib o'tilgan. Har ikki asar gender va agentlik mavzusini ochishga turlicha estetik va falsafiy yondashuvlar bilan ochib berilgan. Magistrlik dissertatsiyani o'qib tahlil qilish jarayonida yuqorida keltirilgan ijobiy fikrlar bilan birga ayrim taklif, tavsiya va kamchiliklar kuzatiladi. Jumladan, zamonaviy adabiyotdagi ayol obrazlari bilan qisqacha qiyosiy yondashuv qo'shilishi hozirgi davr bilan aloqani kuchaytirishga yordam beradi. Ishning adabiyotlar tahlili qismida bir nechta olimlar nomlari keltirilgan, ularning ishlari havola qilib berilishi kerak. Ichida keltirilgan takror jumlalarni oldini olish kerak, texnik, mexanik, tinish, imloviy xatoliklarni oldini olish lozim. Jumladan 30, 49, 50 va 86-betlar. Xulosa qilib aytganda, Isonova Umida Roziqovna Gender Characteristics in the Novel of Theodor Dreiser, Sister Carrie and Lev Tolstoy Anna Karenina mavzusidagi dissertatsiya ishi yakunlangan ish sifatida magistr akademik darajasini olishga loyiq deb hisoblayman. Osiyo xalqaro universiteti filologiya fanlari bo'yicha falsafa doktori Abdullaeva Nabiya Idrisovna. Ruxsatlaringiz bilan tashqi taqrizlarni o'qib bersam. Dissertatsiyaning annotatsiya qismi 3 tilda berilgan bo'lib, kirish qismida mavzuning asoslanishi, dolzardligi, obyekt, predmet, maqsad, vazifalari, ilmiy yangiligi, adabiyotlar sharhi, tadqiqot metodlari, nazariy va amaliy ahamiyatli va hamda ishning tuzilishi kabi masalalar ko'rsatib berilgan. Ishning dastlabki bobida 19-asr oxirlarida Amerika va Rossiyada gender rollari va jamiyat tomonidan ayollar va erkaklarga qo'yilgan ijtimoiy kutilmalar qat'iy patriarxal me'yorlar asosida shakllanganligi ko'rsatib berilgan. Asosiy 3-bobda bo'lsa, gender masalalarini yoritishda o'xshash mavzularni ko'targan bo'lsa, ularning ayol obrazlariga bo'lgan yondashuv va agentlikni tasdiqlash keskin farqlar mavjudligi ko'rsatib o'tilgan. Ushbu magistrlik dissertatsiyada ismni yozishda Isonova Umida berilgan vazifalarni to'liq bajarishga talabchanlik bilan harakat qilgan. Zero ijobiy fikrlar bilan birga ayrim taklif, tavsiyalar, kamchiliklar mavjud. Jumladan ishda gender nazariyalaridan, masalan, Simone de Beauvoir, Judith Butler g'oyalari foydalanish mavzusini chiroyli yoritishga yordam beradi. Ishning adabiyotlar tahlili qismida bir nechta olimlar nomlari keltirilgan, ularning ishlari havola qilib berilishi kerak. Ishda keltirilgan takror jumlalarni oldini olish kerak, texnik, tinish, mexanik, imloviy xatolarni oldini olish lozim. Magistrlik dissertatsiyasi qo'yilgan muammo, uning yechimi, mavzu dolzarbligi, tuzilishi va hajm jihatdan talabga javob beradi. Xulosa qilib aytganda, Isonova Umida Roziqovna Gender Characteristics in the Novel of Theodor Dreiser's Sister Carrie and Lev Tolstoy's Anna Karina mavzusidagi dissertatsiya ishi yakunlangan ish sifatida magistr akademik darajasini olishga loyiq deb hisoblayman. Buxoro davlat texnika universiteti dotsenti Sharupova Shahro Qahramonova. Rahmat.
Thank you. And now the next master student, Isomova Manzura Gafletenovna. This first topic, the portrayal of education issues in William Thackeray's Third Category. And the scientific supervisor of the student is Abdullah Nabiya Idrisovna, and the reviewers are Jalilova Zarnigorova Bidovna and Davlatova Mukhayo Hasanovna. Please just present your work in 10 minutes. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you for you. Good afternoon, my dear teachers. My name is Isomova Manzura Gafletenovna. Today I will present my research on the portrayal of the educational issues in William Thackeray's novel Catherine. This topic is still important today. Thackeray's novel shows how problems in educational like inequality, lack of the access and genders, educations were serious in the past. We can still see similar problems now in many places. That is why studying Catherine helps youth understanding modern education better. And slide 3, subject and object. The subject of the research is the way Thackeray shows education problems in the novel Catherine. We look at how education affects women, how class matters, and how learning changes people's lives. This object of the study is the novel Catherine itself. Novelty of the research. Novelty of the research. This research is new in several ways. First, it shows how Catherine is a...
Sorry, Manzura Gafletenovna, can you move to the main part? We don't need the novelty of the research in others. Associates Miss Beauty.
Okay.
Yeah, here.
And no. Novelty of the research. This research is new in several ways. First, it shows how Catherine is a... Okay. And literature review. Many research study Thackeray's use of the humor and crime stories, but not many. Okay. Critical of the education. Critical of the educational system. Thackeray show how the system fails people like Catherine, and she grows up in a poor house with no really education. She can barely read and often misunderstanding things. Other Catherine's show how fake educations like some rich pupils learning also fails to teach morality and conclusion. To sum up, and chapter 3, critical of the educational system, takeaways show how the system fails pupils like Catherine that grows up in a poor house with no real education. She can barely read, and after misunderstanding things, other characters show how fake education like some rich pupils, and learning also fails to teach and morality. And conclusion, to sum up, Catherine's life show how poverty and lack of education hurt people and character schools and finishing schools don't after deep learning. Average people like and Count Gustav use educations for tricks, not for good. Women especially suffer under unfair rules that keep them away from educational. Takeaway story tells you that true education is needed to avoid moral and social problems. Thank you for your
Okay. Dear students, here I want to mention one thing. Please, you are graduating from master degree. The degree is not just getting it only, you're owning it. Please just be sure that while owning very specific degree, you should think about your level, where you are, what you are learning, and how about the future generation in your hands. You have had a lot of mistakes in your pronunciations that made us feel sorry, but I don't know, how you will work in the society, and you are talking about society and you cannot pronounce the word society, and you are making a lot of dialects with people, but you don't know how to pronounce correctly the word dialect. That's very shameful. Actually, we are here to know, to grade you, but this is somehow, I don't know what to say exactly. Very sorry for it. Okay. So Manzura Bakhtidinovna, you are becoming a teacher of English language. Okay? You're taking the degree for becoming an English teacher, not French, not German, but an English teacher. Please be sure for 2 years you should learn the language. What about the language criteria? The first criteria is pronunciation. The second one is understanding correctly. We are asking the question, but you are talking about different things. So the portrayal of educational issues, the most important part in our society now. You're talking about educational issues, but what about your own education actually? I don't know. Really made me talk about this one here. Okay. What kind of educational issues than the author William Thackeray show in Catherine. I will translate it in order just to have a view and then you answer correctly, okay? William Thackeray o'zining ishida, Catherine ishida, Katerina ishida ta'limiy muammolarni ko'rsatgan deb aytyapsiz. Aynan qanday ta'limiy muammolarni ko'rsatdi?
William Thackeray bu asarda asnoviy 1838 va 1840 yillarda asarni yozib tugalatgan, lekin Catherine hayoti bu real voqealarga asoslangan bo'lib 1703 va 1726 yillarda Anna, ya'ni Angliyalik Anna hokim davrida bo'lib o'tgan bu voqea. O'sha davrda Catherine o'sha ta'limning rivojlanmaganligi sababli, ya'ni cherkovlarda o'qitilish sistemasining yaxshi yo'lga qo'yilmaganligi, gender siyosatining yaxshi yo'lga qo'yilmaganligi sababli Catherine o'sha davrda endi bu yerda o'g'rilik, ya'ni o'g'rilik rivojlangan va Catherine o'sha davrda o'z erini o'ldirish darajasida borgan. Keyinchalik esa Catherine bu yerda endi yomon qahramon sifatida ko'rsatilmagan asnoviy. Bu yerda Catherine shu darajada masalan yovuz ishlarni qilgan bo'lsa ham o'sha davrda ayollarni himoya qilish va ularga yordam berish, ya'ni ta'lim tarbiyani o'qitishni rivojlantirish kerakligini William Thackeray shu asari asosida keng yoritib berishga harakat qilgan.
Can you use only 2 sentences in English, please? Just say this one is the first, this one is the second. Birinchi muammo, ikkinchi muammo, uchinchi muammo deb ayting, ta'limiy muammo. Ingliz tilida. Gap tutishingiz kerak emas. So'z birikmasi qilmaydi.
First, it shows how Catherine is a satire on the education system. Second is divided the novel's ideas of education into types like street education, parish schooling, and finishing schools.
Any other questions?
First question, speak about satirical depiction of educational institutions. And second question, what are the allusions in Thackeray's works? And the third question will be, no, it should be William Thackeray's time and its shortcoming. Is it shortcoming of William Thackeray's work or shortcoming of time? And what is the shortcoming, please? Demek satirical depiction deb uchburda yozgansiz, uni qancha tarjima qilishim kerakini bu bizning birinchi paragrafi. Ikkinchi savolim bu bizning ikkinchi paragrafidan allyuziyalar, qanaqa allyuziyalar ishlatilgan Thackeray ishlarida. Uchinchi savolim 3.2dagi Thackeray davri va undagi kamchiliklar. Thackeray'dagi kamchiliklarmi yoki davrdagi kamchiliklarmi?
O'sha davrdagi kamchiliklar tasvirlangan.
O'sha qanaqa kamchilik? Tasvirlangan emas, bu kamchiliklar.
O'sha davrda nimani ilm fanning va madaniyatning rivojlanganligi haqida asnoviy fikr bo'ladi bu asarda. Ya'ni Catherine asarda ta'limga oid bo'lgan muammolarni o'rganish, o'sha davrda ayollarning ta'limiy muammosini aniqlash va uni yanada keng targ'ib etish.
Yaxshi, o'zbek tilidagi javobingiz ma'qul emas. Ikkita oldingi savollar necha?
Bu asarda
asnoviy o'zbek tilidagi so'zingiz.
Asosiy bu asarda, ya'ni humori va hozir aytaman.
Mayli, bu
humor and crime
asosiy
janrida.
qilgan ishingiz uni yoddan bilishingiz kerak. Siz qilgan ishingiz bu praktik qismi, amaliy qismi. Allyuziyalarchi? Qanaqa allyuziyalar bor ekan? Allyuziya o'zi nima?
O'sha asarda qanday nimalardan foydalanilganligini yozish janrlaridan. Yo'q.
Okay. If you don't have any questions, so we will move to the reviewing part. You can state, Manzura. So the review Sajjalil va Zarhi Gorobidovna, Indavlat va Muqayyad Hasanova.
Ikkinchi bosqich magistranti Isomova Manzura Bahriddinova tomonidan magistr akademik darajasini olish uchun William Thackerayning Ketrin asarida ta'lim masalalarining yoritilishi nomli magistrlik dissertatsiyasiga berilgan ichki taqriz. Ishning birinchi bobida Ketrin asaridagi ta'lim konsepsiyasi tarixiy lingvistik nuqtai nazardan tahlil qilinadi. Mazkur bobda William Thackerayning ijodiy xususiyatlari, Newgate janrining satirik tabiati hamda personajlar ta'lim jarayonining asarda qanday aks etishi haqida dastlabki umumiy xulosalar berilgan. Ikkinchi bobda asarning markaziy qahramoni Ketrinning ta'lim jarayoni chuqur tahlil etilib, undagi gender va sinfiy cheklovlar, shuningdek ko'cha yoki tavern orqali shakllangan bilimsizlikning oqibatlari ko'rsatib o'tiladi. Uchinchi bob esa Ketrin romanida satirik usulda tasvirlangan maktablar, cherkov yoki filantropik doiralar tomonidan tashkil etilgan darslar hamda 19-asr boshlaridagi ta'lim islohotlari o'rtasidagi o'zaro bog'liqlikni ochib beradi. Bundan tashqari asardagi ijtimoiy tarixiy manzaralarning zamonaviy ta'lim tizimi bilim qanday aloqador ekani xususida mulohazalar yuritilib, dissertatsiyaning yakuniy xulosalarini shakllantiradi. Dissertatsiya ichida e'tirof etilgan bir qator ijobiy dalillar bilan birga quyidagilarni takomillashtirish tavsiya etiladi. Jumladan, ishda keltirilgan manbalar ro'yxatini tartibga solish, havolalarni aniq sistemaga solish, ba'zi takrorlanadigan jumlalarni qisqartirish, matndagi texnik, tinish va imlo xatolarini butkul bartaraf etish, boblar va paragraflar bo'yicha ayrim xulosalarni yanada umumlashtirilgan tarzda aniq dalillarga tayanib ifodalash. Yuqoridagi e'tirozlar bartaraf etilsa, ishning ilmiy sifati yanada oshadi. Umuman olganda, William Thackerayning Ketrin asarida ta'lim-tarbiya masalalarining yoritilishi mavzusidagi magistrlik dissertatsiyasi belgilangan tadqiqot maqsad va vazifalarini to'liq qamrab olgan bo'lib, unda ta'lim jarayonining adabiy asardagi in'ikosini chuqur o'rganish, gender hamda sinf masalalarini satirik usulda keltirish, shu bilan birga tadqiqotning nazariy amaliy ahamiyatini yoritish kabi mezonlar muvaffaqiyatli bajarilgan. Mazkur magistrlik dissertatsiyasini himoyaga tavsiya etish mumkin. Osiyo xalqaro universiteti professori Jalilova Zarhi Gorobidovna. Ruxsatlaringiz bilan taqrizini o'qib bersam. Magistr dissertatsiyasini sinchiklab o'qish jarayonida quyidagi ijobiy xususiyatlar e'tiborga molik. Asarda Ketrinning ta'lim ololmagani, buning oqibatlari, shuningdek jamiyatdagi gender va sinf tengsizligi masalalari mukammal tadqiq etilgan. William Thackeray ijodi bo'yicha mavjud ilmiy adabiyotlar keng qamrovda o'rganilgan va umumlashtirilgan, xulosalar nazariy metodik asosida sifatida keltirilgan. Tadqiqotda interdistsiplinar yondashuv qo'llanilib, adabiyotshunoslik, tarix, sotsiologiya va feministik nazariyalar uyg'un tarzda qo'llanilgan, ishning ilmiy yangiligini ta'minlaydi. Ishdagi xulosalar ta'lim tarixi, gender masalalari va adabiy tanqid nuqtai nazaridan ham amaliy ham nazariy ahamiyatga ega. Dissertatsiya ishida e'tirof etilgan bir qator ijobiy dalillar bilan birga quyidagi takomillashtirilishi kerak bo'lgan tavsiyalar mavjud. Ya'ni, ishda keltirilgan manbalar ro'yxatini tartibga solish, havolalarni aniq sistemaga solish, ba'zi takrorlanadigan jumlalarni qisqartirish, matndagi texnik, tinish va imlo xatolarini butkul bartaraf etish lozim. Boblar va paragraflar bo'yicha ayrim xulosalarni yanada umumlashtirilgan tarzda aniq dalillarga tayanib ifodalash lozim. Mazkur magistrlik dissertatsiyani quyidagi kamchiliklarni bartaraf etgan holda asosiy himoyaga tavsiya etish mumkin. Demak, Buxoro davlat tibbiyot Adabiyot instituti o'zbek tili va adabiyoti rus va ingliz tili kafedrasi mudiri dotsent Davlatova Muhayyo Hasanova. Rahmat.
Thank you. And now the last student, Temirova Samiya Muhyiddinova, Effective Strategies of Computer-Based Teaching in English Methodology, and the scientific supervisor is Xorijiy Sayora Kaimovna, reviewers are Abdullaeva Nabiya Idrisovna and Chalilova Zarnikor Bakhadirovna. You have 10 minutes to talk about the main parts of your work.
Good morning, dear members of the Commission, respected teachers and guests. My name is Temirova Samiya Muhyiddinova, and I am pleased to present my master's dissertation on the topic Effective Strategies of Computer-Based Teaching in English Methodology. This research explores how digital technologies can enhance the teaching and learning of the English language, particularly in secondary schools.
So why are you moving? They were
chapter 3.
They were the main points of your work, I think.
Main points. Chapter 3. Evaluation, analysis, and impact of computer-based teaching strategies in English education. Computer-based strategies offer a powerful array of benefits in various educational contexts. Their effectiveness stems primarily from their ability to significantly enhance engagement and motivation through interactive content, multimedia integration, and gamification elements, which capture and sustain learners' interest far beyond traditional methods. Technology in English language education offers numerous benefits such as increased student engagement, individualized learning, access to authentic language materials, and opportunities for collaborative learning across geographical boundaries. Nevertheless, the full potential of digital tools remains unrealized in many educational settings due to multifaceted barriers. These include insufficient digital infrastructure, inadequate teacher training, resistance to pedagogical change, lack of institutional support, and socio-economic disparities among learners. The following section presents a comprehensive analysis of the data collected through the survey on the impact of computer-assisted language learning on student motivation and engagement. The aim of this analysis is to interpret the quantitative and qualitative responses gathered from participants in order to gain deeper insight into the perceived effectiveness of computer-assisted language learning tools in language education. Survey results. How often do you use computer-assisted tools to learn English? As we can see, the most of respondents, 56.8%, reported that they use such tools daily. Another 35.1% stated that they use these tools a few times a week, while 8.1% indicate rare usage. Notable non-respondents selected the option never, which suggests that all participants are engaging with technology to some extent in their English language learning. How do you feel when using computer-assisted language learning tools during English language lessons? 63.9% reported feeling very motivated, showing that computer-assisted language learning tools have a significant positive effect on learner enthusiasm. An additional 25% state they feel somewhat motivated, while 8.3% felt not very motivated. Only a small fraction, 2.8%, indicated that they were not motivated at all, which demonstrates that overall, computer-assisted language learning tools tend to support and sustain learner motivation in the English classroom. Which learning method do you find more engaging? The largest portion, 41.7%, reported that they find computer-based activities to be the most engaging. 36.1% preferred a combination of both computer-based and traditional classroom methods, suggesting a strong interest in blended learning. Meanwhile, 30.9% favored traditional classroom methods alone, and a small group, 8.3%, indicated that they find neither method particularly engaging. This distribution highlights a clear preference for technology-enhanced or hybrid instruction among the majority of respondents. What motivated teachers most about using computer-assisted language learning in learning English? The largest group, 45.7%, said they are most motivated by the interactivity and multimedia features of computer-assisted language learning. These tools make lessons more visual and dynamic. Next, 25.7% of teachers are motivated by instant feedback, which helps them and their students to improve quickly. Another 25.7% said they enjoy using games and quizzes which make the learning process fun and competitive. Only a very small percentage, just 2.9%, said that nothing motivates them about using computer-assisted language learning, showing that most teachers see real benefits in technology-based teaching. How does the use of computer-assisted tools affect students' interest in completing homework? A large number, 65.7%, believes that computer-assisted language learning tools increase students' interest in doing homework. Another 70.1% said there is no change, while 40.3% think that computer-assisted language learning tools actually decreased interest. Only 2.9% of participants answered that they don't do homework at all. This result suggests that using computer-assisted language learning in English education can make homework more appealing and engaging for most students. What kind of computer-assisted tools content do you prefer? The most preferred option was videos and animations, chosen by 41.7% of respondents. These tools are often more visual and help learners understand language in real-life contexts. Interactive exercises come next with 27.8%, showing that many learners value hands-on task-based activities. Listening and speaking tasks were selected by 22.2%, indicated the importance of communication practice. Finally, only 8.3% preferred reading and writing tasks, suggesting that visual and interactive tools are generally more appealing to students in digital environments. The survey results were quite encouraging. 72.2% of teachers would definitely recommend computer-assisted language learning tools. 77.1% had access to necessary technology both at school and at home. 63.9% relied on built-in quizzes and tests to monitor progress. These results confirm the positive impact of computer-assisted language learning on learning outcomes and teacher satisfaction. The study shows that computer-assisted teaching is not just a modern trend, but a powerful and necessary approach in today's English language education. When used successfully, these strategies can enhance motivation, support differentiated instruction, and equip students with the communication skills needed in a digital world. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. And now it's time for questions and answers. Please, Nozmara Jaboyevna.
Please tell me which skills are most effectively taught through computer-based lessons. This is the first question. And the second, what types of digital resources most effective in your
read skills, read. Digital technology offers powerful tools to enhance the development of speaking and listening skills in English language learners.
If speaking, which digital resource, for example, includes?
Speaking. Qanaqa resource speaking masalan mana bu resurslar Skype'da gaplashish mumkin, ingliz tili bilan o'zini gaplashuvchilar bilan muloqot orqali rivojlantirish mumkin. Dars davomida ham mana shunday o'yinlar orqali mana shunday ularni ham darsda masalan qisqacha foydalanish mumkin shu resurslardan. juda ko'p resurslardan foydalanish mumkin. Masalan, Duolingo kabi resurslar yoki Kahoot bu kabi resurslardan foydalanish mumkin.
Any other questions? Okay, I have one question. So you talked about like effectiveness of computer-based teaching. What about disadvantages? Bad sides for students. Are there any disadvantages of computer-based teaching?
Kompüterga asoslangan ta'limning o'quvchilarga zararli jihati. Ko'pincha bu nima bo'lishi mumkin? Real hayotdan uzilib qolishi mumkin, ko'proq o'sha nimaga berilib ketishi mumkin, internet resurslariga berilib ketishi mumkin. Real nimaga ham e'tibor berish kerak, ham o'sha jonli muloqotga ham mana shu kompyuterga asoslangan o'yinlar va boshqa resurslarga o'qituvchi o'zi bir xil berish kerak.
Next one. Bad sides.
Yana zararli jihatlari.
You cannot talk English. Just don't make sentence in English. Make it as a word combination. First, second, third, and then word combination, please. Gapni zo'rmasligingizni bilyapman. Hech bo'lmasa so'z birikmasini tuzib ingliz tilida gapiring deyapman. Masalan, birinchisi mana bu, ikkinchisi bu, uchinchisi bu. Gap kerak emas bu yerda.
Mana aytdim, demak, birinchisi
ingliz tilida.
In English. Masalan, o'quvchilar o'sha bir narsani bilmasligi mumkin, kompyuterda ishlashni bilmasligi mumkin.
Okay, thank you. You can take your seat. And now it's for reviewing part Abdullayev Nabiya Idrisovna and Jalilova Zarnigor Bakhodirovna.
Ikkinchi bosqich magistranti Temir va Samiya Muhiddinovnaning Effective Strategies of Computer-Based Teaching in English Methodology mavzusidagi magistrlik dissertatsiyasiga berilgan ichki taqriz. Dissertatsiyaning yangilik jihati shundaki, muallif CALL tizimini, ya'ni CALL tizimini keng qamrovli yondashuv asosida ko'rib chiqib, ularni ta'lim amaliyotiga tatbiq etish yo'llarini aniq misollar bilan ko'rsatgan. Kompyuterda asoslangan o'qitishning ustunliklari, o'quvchining mustaqilligini ta'minlash, individual o'quv yo'nalishini belgilash hamda multimodal resurslar orqali darslarni boyitish imkoniyatlari sifatida ko'rsatilgan. Mazkur dissertatsiyaning ilmiy asoslanganligi, dolzarbligi, amaliy ahamiyati bilan ajralib turadi. Ba'zi boblarda metodik tafsilotlar kengroq yo'naltirilsa, tadqiqotning didaktik foydasi yanada oshgan bo'ladi. Biroq bunday holatlar ishning umumiy ilmiy darajasiga salbiy ta'sir ko'rsatmaydi. Xulosa qilib aytish mumkinki, Temir va Samiya Muhiddinovnaning Effective Strategies of Computer-Based Teaching in English Methodology mavzusidagi magistrlik dissertatsiyasi puxta tayyorlangan, dolzarb muammoni ilmiy asosda yoritgan tadqiqot hisoblanadi. Uni himoyaga tavsiya qilaman va muallifga xorijiy til va adabiyot mutaxassisligi bo'yicha magistr ilmiy darajasini berishda maqsadga muvofiq deb hisoblayman. Filologiya bo'yicha falsafa fanlari doktori Abdullayeva Nabiya Idrisovna. Ruxsatlaringiz bilan tashqi taqrizni ham o'qib bersam. Dissertatsiya an'anaviy ilmiy struktura asosida tuzilgan bo'lib, kirish, 3 ta asosiy bob, xulosa, adabiyotlar ro'yxati, ilovalardan iborat. Har bir bobda mavzuga oid masalalar izchil va asosli tarzda yoritilgan, sifat va miqdoriy metodlarning uyg'unligi, tadqiqotning ilmiy ahamiyatini yanada oshirgan, muallif tomonidan Quizlet, Duolingo, Kahoot, Google Classroom kabi zamonaviy platformalar tahlil qilinib, ularning ta'lim jarayonidagi roli va ta'siri ilmiy jihatdan asoslab berilgan. Dissertatsiya ilmiylik, dolzarblilik, amaliylik talablari darajasida bajarilgan. 2, 3, 3, 2 va 3, 3 boblar hajm jihatdan qisqaroq berilgan. Bu qismlarga metodik tafsilotlar yanada kengroq bayon etilganida ishning didaktik qiymati oshgan bo'lardi. Biroq bu kamchiliklar umumiy ilmiy darajaga jiddiy ta'sir qilmaydi. Xulosa qilib aytganda, Temir va Samiya Muhiddinovnaning mazkur ilmiy ishi puxta, ilmiy asoslangan va dolzarb mavzuni qamrab oladi. U barcha ilmiy me'yoriy talablarni qanoatlantiradi. Shu sababli dissertatsiyani himoyaga tavsiya qilaman va muallifga xorijiy til va adabiyoti mutaxassisligi bo'yicha magistrlik ilmiy darajasini berish maqsadga muvofiq deb hisoblayman. Buxoro davlat universiteti xorijiy tillar fakulteti ingliz tilshunosligi kafedrasi dotsenti Jalilova Zarnigor Bahadirovna. Rahmat.
Yeah, thank you. It's a finish of your dissertation themes. And now you will have 5-minute break. This is only for students, okay? Till we decide how to mark you. 5 minutlikdan hafta e'lon qilamiz faqat talabalar uchun, chunki biz baholaringizni e'lon qilish uchun tayyorlanishimiz kerak. Rahmat. Hurmatli talabalar, bugun mana 4-kun davomida biz sizlarning oxirgi olgan bilimlaringiz, ya'ni ilmiy tadqiqot sohasida magistrlik dissertatsiyasi bo'yicha qilgan ishlaringizni baholayapmiz. To'g'risini tan olishimiz kerak. Mana 3 kun davomida Rama Rahmatullayevna, komissiya raisi doim ta'kidlab keladi hukumatimiz haqida, ya'ni insonparvarlik va insoniy yordam masalasida shu 3 kun davomida qo'yilayotgan hamma baholarimizni baribir insoniy jihatdan o'ylab ko'rib yordam beraylik degan maqsadda agar baholaringiz 3 bo'lsa 4, 4 bo'lsa 5 qilib qo'ydik deb kelardilar. Bugun to'g'risi mana 3 kun davomida men xursand edim. Osiyo xalqaro universitetini bitiruvchi talabalari bilimli va o'z sohasini yetuk bir kadrlar bo'lib yetishadi degan umid qilardik. Ancha bir yaxshi natijalar ko'rsatgandi. Bugun nimagadir shu talabalar orasidan chiqqan sizlar aynan nimagadir bizni ishonchimizni, balki universitetning ishonchini oqlamaydigan darajada tayyor bo'lib kelgansiz. Endi men bir narsani sizga ta'kidlamoqchiman. Siz magistr akademik darajasini olyapsiz. Mana shu akademik degan so'zga har qanday holatda loyiq bo'lishimiz kerak. Ya'ni mana shu oxirgi dissertatsiya sizni akademik darajangizni ko'rsatib beruvchi oxirgi bosqich edi. Shu bosqichda qanchalik darajada akademik darajaga mos ekanligimizni ko'rsatdik yoki ko'rsatmadik, o'zlaringizga ayon bo'lib turibdi. Endi ko'pchiliklaringiz mana bir xil nima bilan kelgansizlar. Biz fransuz tili, o'zbek tili, nemis tili o'qituvchilarimiz deb. Qachon inson o'z yo'nalishini o'zgartiradi bilasizmi? Qachonki o'sha boshqa o'zgartiradigan sohasida undan ko'ra oldingi sohasidan ko'ra yetukroq bo'lsa va o'sha sohada o'zini ko'rayotgan bo'lsa. Agar siz o'zingizni ingliz tili o'qituvchisi sifatida ko'rayotgan bo'lsangizgina o'zgartiring. Bo'lmasa o'sha sohangizda yaxshi bo'lishga harakat qiling. Fransuz tili, nemis tili, o'zbek tili, bular ham filologiya sohasi. Bularni ham o'rganuvchilari bor. Bularni ham qiziquvchilari bor. Sizni hurmat qiladigan, sizni shu sohada boricha qabul qiladigan insonlar bo'ladi. Ingliz tili jahon tili, lingva franca sifatida butun dunyoda tan olingan. Savol berilganda kimsiz desa, men ingliz tili sohasi bo'yicha, ya'ni xorijiy til va adabiyot sohasi bo'yicha magistr akademik darajasiga egaman deyish paytimizda o'ylab ko'rishimiz kerak. Qanchalik men arziyman shu yo'nalishda aytishda. Sizmi? Bugun ham shunday qildik. Bugun biz gumannisni, ya'ni insoniylikni eng yuqori cho'qqisiga chiqishga majbur bo'ldik. Ya'ni harakat qildik, mayli magistrlik akademik darajasini siz oling, lekin ustingizda ishlang. Chunki kelajak avlod, ya'ni bizni farzandlarimiz sizni qo'lingizda maktabda o'qiydi, sizni qo'lingizda universitetda o'qiydi. Men farzandlarimni kimni qo'liga topshiryapman desam, ishonchli insonlar qo'liga topshiryapman deb aytaylik. Men nabiralarimni kimga topshiryapman desam, aynan sizni ishonchli qo'llarni qo'liga topshirib, ingliz tilini chiroyli o'rganib, kelajakda men bilan birga sayohat qiladi. Chunki ular ingliz tilini biladi deb aytaylik. Ishonaman va umid qilaman, sizda hali vaqt bor. Ish boshlangunicha yangi yo'nalishni, yangi sohani boshlaydiganlarimiz bor. Men magistrlik diplomini oldim va endi ingliz tili o'qituvchi bo'lishga loyiqman deb boradiganlar albatta ustida ishlaydi. Akademik ilmiy darajaga loyiq bo'lgan holda ishlarini boshlaydi deb umid qilamiz. Va bugungi natijalarni e'lon qilishdan oldin yana bir marta ta'kidlayman, insoniylikning eng yuqori cho'qqisi mana bu natijalarda ko'rinadi. Birinchi talabamiz Kamolova Neginamon Muzaffar qizi 85%. Najmiddinova Gulnoza Bahriddinovna borlarmi? 78%. Daminov Jamshid Zafar o'g'li 77%. Vahidova Shahnoza Turkinovna 81%, Safarova Dildora Qobilovna 77%, G'afforova Ilshoda Ramazonovna 76%, Tolibova Farangiz Zafarovna. Mana shu qizni alohida ta'kidlamoqchiman. Bergan savollarimizga juda chiroyli tarzda javob bera oldi va guruhda bugungi kunimizni chiroyli o'tishiga sababchi bo'ldi 92%. Yusupova Zilola Sunnatullo qizi 73%. Rahimova Mehriniso Aminovna. To'g'rimi? Rahimova Mehriniso Aminovna 80%. Isomova Umida Rozikovna 77%. Isomova Manzura Bahriddinovna 65%. Temirova Samiya Muhitdinovna 73%. Demak, bugun barchalaringiz komissiya qarori bilan magistr akademik darajasiga ega hisoblanasiz. Hammalaringizni tabriklaymiz. Keyingi bosqichlarda omad, albatta o'z ustingizda ishlab, yaxshi natijalarga erishasizlar degan umiddamiz. Rahmat kattakon. Endi apellyatsiya komissiyasi haqida ham aytib o'tishimiz kerak. Endi bilmadim qanchalik darajada apellyatsiyaga berib bilasizlar, chunki bu sizni bilimingizni 2 barobar ko'paytirilgan shakli edi. Bilmasa yarim, men o'ylaganim 6 kishini yetamiz, keyin xo'p dedik. Umuman olganda apellyatsiya komissiyasi ishlayapti. Hozir fikrlaringiz bo'lsa, agar qo'yilgan baholardan norozi bo'lsangiz va albatta shu holatda hozir komissiya ishini tugatmasdan aytishlaringiz mumkin fikrlaringizni. Yana qanday fikr mulohazalaringiz bor, bemalol fikrlaringizni bildirishlaringiz mumkin. Agar masalan baholaringizdan norozi bo'lsangiz, mana bilimim aslida 5 edi, siz 4 qo'ydingiz, aslida 5 edi, 3 qo'ydingiz deb aytmoqchi bo'lsangiz, bemalol fikrlaringizni aytishlaringiz mumkin. Apellyatsiya ishlaydi. Bizdan keyin faoliyat olib boradi va sizni fikr mulohazalaringizni ko'rib chiqadi. Ya'ni komissiya a'zolarining fikr mulohazalari qanchalik to'g'ri yoki noto'g'ri ekanligini to'g'ridan to'g'ri translyatsiya bo'lyapti YouTube'da ham va albatta kameralar ham nazorat qilyapti. Bu holatni, hozirgi holatni marhamat fikrlaringiz bo'lsa bemalol bildirishlaringiz mumkin. Norozi bo'lganlar, taklif, fikrlar bermoqchi bo'lganlar bemalol. Mayli, bemalol.
Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli ustozlar, yana bir bor bizlarga boshqa imkoniyatlarni yaratib berganlaringizga, mana shuncha insoniylikni yuqori darajasiga qo'yib berganingiz uchun biz hammasini tushunib yetdik va mana shu yerda turgan o'zim safdoshlarim nomidan, o'zim nomimdan ham hammalaringizga katta rahmat. Mana bu universitetni rahbariyatiga o'zimizni minnatdorchiligimizni bildiramiz. Ko'p narsani o'rgandik. Xudo xolasa yuzlaringizni yerga qaratmaymiz, ishonchlaringizni oqlaymiz degan umiddamiz. Barchalaringizga ustoz, hammalaringizga katta rahmat.
Rahmat kattakon. Rahmat e'tiborlaringiz uchun. Agar boshqa fikr mulohazalar bo'lmasa, komissiya ish faoliyatini yakunlaydi. Omad, kunlaringizni tabriklaymiz.
Yana bir narsani qo'shimcha qilmoqchiman. Osiyo xalqaro universiteti tomonidan taqdim qilinadigan xalqaro darajadagi diplomga loyiq bo'linglar. Eng asosiysi